Good evening, colleagues, and welcome to the November 13, 2014 board meeting of the Prince George's County Board of Education. Before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone to, as always, turn off or mute your wireless communication devices to interfere with the process of our meeting. So let's get started, and Ms. Eubanks, would you please lead us in the board prayer and Pledge of Allegiance?
O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Steer us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Amen.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eubanks. Mrs. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Certainly, sir. Dr. Anderson. Mr. Burroughs.
Here.
Mrs. Epps. Made it. Ms. Eubanks.
Here.
Ms. Higgins.
Present.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Here.
Dr. Kaufman. Ms. Mundy. Mr. Valentine.
Here.
Ms. Waller. Mrs. Williams.
Present.
Mr. Chalr.
Here.
Ms. Boston. Dr. Eubanks.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, may I please have a motion to adopt the November 13, 2014 amendment? Ms. Higgins, you want to make it?
Yes, I would request that the public comments on non-agenda items be moved to 3.2.
All right, so 3.2, we will have all
So they would be
speakers,
after public
all
comment
speakers.
on
Yep.
agenda items. Right.
Okay, so is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? All right, that motion carries. So may I please have a motion to adopt the November 13, 2014 board meeting agenda as adopted, as amended? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, folks. That motion has carried. Colleagues, may I have a motion to approve the October 23, 2014 System Oversight Meeting minutes? They are in your board docs.
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or corrections on these minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries. Let's move on to the good stuff. We have a news break called Homegrown Role Models.
Mr. Walter Reed is a good and funny principal. My old principal was not that funny.
At a ceremony dedicated to late Superintendent Edward Peggy and the new school that now carries his name, student Daniela Luseco deftly showed that role models can be both in the here and now, like her funny principal, or like Mr. Peggy, continue to teach and inspire across the ages. Amid plenty of pomp and the kind of music he so enjoyed, Mr. Peggy's relatives joined with school system and community officials to cut a ribbon to officially open the Creative and Performing Arts School and to reflect on a man who influenced countless lives.
He was a wonderful man, and he did things quietly. He was not flamboyant or dramatic. He was behind the scenes. He didn't like publicity, but he cared about kids. He cared about the school system, and he cared about the county. And he was more, in my mind, more famous for being number 2 than number 1. He did serve as superintendent, but 10, 15, 18 years, he must have been number 2. He ran the school system behind the scenes. He made the tough decisions. He loved music. He loved people from different continents. You know, he liked to be traveled. He was very European in a lot of ways. And I think the multicultural aspect of the school, the dynamism, would please him to no end.
He always believed in educating the whole child, which meant that it's not just about math and science, but also arts and sports and all kind of other things. So I know he'd be very proud with this school and the fact that this school is promoting that as well.
Edward Feligy now joins a pantheon of prominent educators and other outstanding citizens whose names grace Prince George's schools and thus continue to teach by how they lived their lives. Renowned scientist Ernest Everett Just, for instance, whose statue greets students every day, still prods students at his middle school to be disciplined about their work. At Charles Herbert Flowers High School, the students still swell with pride at Dr. Flowers' exploits as a Tuskegee Airman. And for students at Mary Harris Mother Jones Elementary, a feisty labor leader who kept crusading until she was 100 years old shows students that one person can indeed make a difference. But while the famous motivate, so too do the familiar, who, if their parents, are just as great in the eyes of their children. At the recent Men Make a Difference Day, the students at William Beanes Elementary were bursting with pride as their dads, their heroes, spent the day at school with them.
They're just proud. They kind of strut around like peacocks on days like this, where they're telling, oh, my granddad's coming, and my dad, and my great-granddad. So sometimes we have 3 generations from one family who comes. In addition to that, we have local volunteers from organizations who come as well, and they kind of mentor as they serve as surrogates for kids who don't have a man for the day.
And who's this?
My daddy.
Your dad. What do you think this does for your son and for all the other young men here?
Motivation for their future. Keep them in school and keep them attentive in their classes.
Got to ask you, were you a good student?
I did the best I could. I did graduate 3.32.
I think you did just fine. On a day filled with prizes for the top pops, races in the gym that had dads breaking a sweat, and an ice cream making experiment that turned into the dad's just desserts, there was plenty of paternal praise from the guys making the difference.
I didn't never expect this. I thought it was going to be more so sitting down, you know, and they talking. Yeah. I didn't think we was going to be doing a lot of running around, exercising. But it's good for the kids, though. That's good. I like that.
Why'd you come here today?
Just to see the smiles on their face, and I love Men's Make a Difference Day. It was like they say, we got to be the difference in their lives. So I'm going to always be here to support.
Sounds like you've been here before.
Yeah, I actually went to school here, elementary school, so this is home for me.
This is really special for you.
I love it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trade any moment of it. I love it.
Something tells me it's not just today that you're doing these things, that you're engaged all the time.
I have to be. I have to be. I don't want them to make the mistakes I did, and if I stay in their life, they'll be on the right track.
I love this school.
You love this school. Why do you love this school?
Because it's better.
And while moms are the best of role models too, dads just kind of shake things up in their own special way. Is there a favorite moment that you like to cite when you're trying to recruit people to come in? What do you tell them that seals the deal?
Well, honestly, a lot of times I tell them we need a break from the moms. You know, because honestly, dads are much cooler. They're funner, they're risk takers, and our kids need that. They need to be risk takers, and a lot of times moms are safe. And so when dads come, we see kids climbing ropes, and just doing things that they normally wouldn't do because they feel brave. And so I try to get them in and ask them, give us a break. It's not Mom's Day, we promise. So we promise them that we're not going to let any moms in the building, and they're really excited about that.
So while beautiful new buildings are impressive, it is significant adults, moms, dads, teachers, and those whose names appear on schools that truly touch children's hearts.
This school is a good and a nice school. I am happy here. I hope you like this school because I do. This school feels like a special school to me. Edward M. Feligy.
Lovely. You like that, huh, Curtis? Dad's got a little coolness to it, huh? All right. I'll remind you, Curtis, like I remind all my young fathers, that enjoy it now, because by the time you get to junior high school, they don't want to see you, think about you, or hear you anywhere near their school. So let's enjoy it now. Thank you. What a great honor. What a great honor. All right, let's move on. I'll start with the chair's report. And as always, it's a great day in Prince George's County, and a great day for Prince George's County Public Schools. We are rounding the corner. I bet you there's more than a few of us who are looking forward to the Thanksgiving holidays, and Christmas holidays are right behind us. We'll get a break, but for most of us, we still love coming to school and work every day on behalf of the kids in Prince George's County. So we're doing great things, whether it's the groundbreaking ceremony at the new Fairmont Heights High School that took place recently, to our many partnerships, including our great partnerships with organizations like the National Association of School Psychologists and, of course, the Prince George's County School Psychologists Association. In fact, I talked a little bit about this last time. I said I'll be back, and here I am, talking about this great event that took place on October 15th, when the Prince George's County Board of Education and Dr. Maxwell were recognized by these great organizations for our commitment to promoting the possibilities in students' lives by nurturing their strengths and skills, providing caring relationships, celebrating their individuality, supporting their mental well-beingness and wellness and academic competence, and helping them achieve their best in school, at home, and in life. When I went to this event, I went to the event like many other events, happily and willing to see great things that happen in our schools every day, and I was blown away by the commitment of our school psychologists. One of my colleagues just shared that these great staff members spent time to do a gallery walk and storyboards describing the work that they do every day. And it was an amazing experience. In fact, I spend all my time kind of going through virtually every single one of them and talking to them about the great work. And they said that at a recent state meeting that they said Prince George's County was the first ones to do that, and they love it, and they're going to replicate that in their own counties, because it really showed with such clarity and power the work that our school psychologists do for us every day in a myriad of ways that, again, I couldn't imagine before they really enlightened me. So I'm so excited and happy about that. I want to acknowledge some of them are here. We have a proclamation to support School Psychology Awareness Week, November 10th to the 14th, which we'll talk about earlier. But I'd like Erica Chandler, the Vice President, to stand up, and her other colleagues, and be acknowledged for the great work that you do. Let's stand up and give them a great round of applause. Erica, real quick, tell us who you got with you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, and please share our appreciation to all of your colleagues, and know that we respect and value your work a great deal, and know that it is impossible for us to offer a great education to every single one of our students without the work that you do every day. So thank you. We also, we have a wonderful proclamation for you that we're going to vote on soon. I won't read all of it, but I'll just read the bottom. Therefore, be it resolved that Prince George's County Public Schools joins the National Association of School Psychologists in declaring the week of November 10 through 14, 2014, as School Psychology Awareness Week in Prince George's County, and be it finally resolved that the Board of Education of Prince George's County hereby calls upon all school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Prince George's County to honor this observance. So thank you again for what you do. We also this afternoon want to celebrate and recognize the excellence displayed by our community partners. In particular, today we want to recognize John K. Jenkins Sr. He is senior pastor of the First Baptist Church of Glenarden, Maryland, for his outstanding service and commitment to education and the well-being of our community. Pastor Jenkins, we are presenting you with a proclamation honoring you as a man of integrity and excellence in education, and in celebration of your 25th anniversary in the ministry and the 97th anniversary of the First Baptist Church of Glenarden, Maryland. Let's give them a round of applause for their great work. One of the, just absolute joys of this job has been participating in the Glenarden Woods Baptist Church annual back-to-school prayer celebration, where they literally show just what it means for the community and the faith-based community to combine and partner with public education to support children and support families. If you've never been, just an outstanding and an uplifting experience that really shows that Pastor Jenkins and his family do a great job with supporting our public schools every day. I want to recognize Elder William Jones. He's here to accept. Is Elder Jones here? Elder Jones is here to accept this proclamation on behalf. Thank you, Elder Jones. We're going to ask you to come up. Again, I won't read all of it, but now I'll read the last paragraph. Now, therefore, be it finally resolved that Prince George's County Board of Education wishes to recognize Pastor Jenkins and the First Baptist Church of Glenarden for their many contributions to education and community, and proudly presents this proclamation to them on this 13th day of November in the year of 2014.
and other resources. And also, we started a program about 20 years ago for any of our students, they want to go to college, they can apply for financial aid, and if they get accepted, they'll have to come back to us again. They get 4 years old to keep your grades up. So he's definitely a teacher public education.
Thank you. Thank you for him, for you, and everything you do. Thank you. All right, thanks. I want at this time turn the mic over to my colleague, Regina Jacobs, for a special celebration and thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Eubanks. Colleagues, we know how elections tend to go, and Ms. Waller is not here, but this is the last official board member before new members are sworn in. So I wanted to, although she's not here, I wanted to read a plaque in her honor for her service. And it says, presented to Amber Waller. Thank you for your years of board service on behalf of children, staff, and constituents of Prince George's County. Your keen sense of community, commitment to outreach, and sincere dedication to meeting the needs of those we serve is commendable. It has been a pleasure to serve with you. All the best in your future endeavors. Presented November 2014, your colleague, Regina M. Jacobs. And Ms. Peggy Higgins. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. You came on board in 2010, and from the very beginning, you've been committed to this work. I'm going to read your plaque, but I want you to know, thank you for your years of effective and dedicated service on the Board of Education. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you. Board service is difficult work, but your unwavering commitment to students, staff, and constituents of Prince George's County has been remarkable. Your attention to detail and keen sense of accountability on behalf of children has also been inspiring. You have made a permanent impression on education reform in Prince George's County Public Schools that will never be forgotten. And I want you to know that, presented November 2014. All the best to you.
Absolutely, and Ms. Higgins, please do, and the board also has a recognition of thanks as well for you, and please do.
I just wanted to say it was quite a shock coming 4 years ago and realizing all the work that it takes to be a member of the Board of Education. It has been an absolute honor to serve the students and the community and my colleagues, to work with my colleagues in terms of keeping the playing field level and making sure that all students, even those students who really don't have a voice at the table. So I also really appreciate, and even more so after my years of service, the very hard, dedicated work of the administration in terms of keeping the focus on what's good for the students. Having said that, I have learned that the difference between the board and the administration is trust but verify. And that it is really in a collaborative process. I am a member of this community. I have served as a social worker in this community for over 30 years, serving Prince George's County families and children. And so that life's work will continue in other capacities, and I really appreciate this recognition, and we'll continue to do the work that's important in regards to our children and families. They deserve no less, and they are our future, and if we don't care about anything else, we should care about who's going to take care of us in those nursing homes. So it's self-serving for us, but it's also our each child does deserve the right for successful education and the importance of that education in setting their success for their lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Burroughs and Ms. Epps, you guys were ringing in. Yes, no?
Yeah, I'll be extremely brief. Ms. Wall, if you're watching, I enjoyed serving with you since 2008, and I appreciate your contributions to the board, and I look forward to talking with you soon. Ms. Higgins, I'm not even sure exactly what to say, but you had the courage to vote you've had the courage to vote your conscience and to make decisions that you felt that were in the best interest of students. And so you'll be able to sleep at night, and that's important. And so I look to you as a role model in that respect, and I appreciate your contributions on behalf of students, even when it negatively impacted you. And that's the true mark of a leader. That's the true mark of a board member, putting students above anything else, and you've done that.
I know, without being too repetitive, I just want to echo again to Ms. Waller in terms of your service and your dedication to the community, which encompasses the church that I attend in North Brentwood, Maryland. And so, that community, you go way back with that community, and you served those children very, very well as all of the children in Prince George's County. Your focus on the whole child has always come through in your comments, and I really appreciate and will miss you being right here. You bring a level of grace to the way that you do your work, and I just want you to know how much I've appreciated working with you. Peggy Higgins. Even before I got on this board, I learned from you. You made me a better board member. You challenge, you look for truth, you fight really, really hard, harder than anyone that I've ever known in Prince George's County, quite frankly. And you're fighting because you know that there's so much more that we can do. You don't fight against, you fight for. You fight for the best for our children, and you expect nothing but the best from all of us. You elevate those who come in contact with you because you have the gift of seeing through whatever veneer is in your face to the potential for greatness in this county. You were great by choice long before the book was written. And you challenge that, and people have different reactions to that. But you don't shy away from that. You've let that light shine. And so the children of District 2 and of the county have been and will continue to be better off because of your efforts. And I know I feel good knowing that there's someone fighting as hard as you fought and will continue to fight, because I know you're going to continue to fight. But I just want to thank you personally, because when I got on this board 2 years ago, and even before I got here, you saw something and you helped me to understand this very, very large and complicated organization and get right straight down to the truth. And so for that, I will always hold you in the highest of regards, but more importantly, I will always hold you in my heart.
All right, thank you all once again. Thank you. And we have our list of upcoming meetings. I won't go through them all. They're all on board docs, and we'll let you know about them. So please do pay attention to our list of upcoming meetings, and make sure that you call the office to be able to speak publicly about any issue of which you wish to speak. And at that, I'll conclude my remarks and pass the floor over to Dr. Maxwell for his CEO's report.
Thank you, Dr. Eubanks. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see all of you here today. In just a few weeks, the holiday season will be in full swing. It's a time for family, friends, celebrations, and taking stock of everything for which we are thankful. At the same time, it's important, I think, to also remember that at the holiday time, it's a lot more challenging for others in our community. There are many with great need, and we should remember those folks as we celebrate and take stock of what we're thankful for. Just this morning, I had the opportunity to attend a program at Fort Foote Baptist Church, and the minister and members of the council, the county executive, the Peterson family, company, and foundation were there and made a commitment, along with the Gleaning Network, to contribute 1 million meals to needy families in our community, children and adults. And it is action like that that makes a difference in our community. And the example that they set is an example that we should all emulate as we celebrate with our families. We should be thinking of those who could use a hand with their celebrations. So at this time, as we look back, we should feel proud of the successes, should remember what we have learned from the challenges, and we should reaffirm our resolve to forge ahead in the critically essential work of serving all of the students in our school district. As we plan for what lies ahead in the coming months, years, and even decades, one cannot ignore the increasing diversity of our country and our county. Our school district is on the front lines of welcoming immigrant students and their families, not only to an education system, but to a new land and to American society as a whole. Often discussed in the context of English language learners, the reality is every school year, our classrooms are increasingly filled with children from all across the globe. And that's why today's presentation on the international high schools is so important. What you'll hear in this presentation is the roadmap we've created to address the needs of our English language learners. Like we've done time and again in other areas, you'll see how we've examined the data, sought out the best solutions using the resources we already had available, and developed a plan to address the distinct needs of this growing population. We know all of our children have academic needs, and we are working hard every day to meet them. This work absolutely must include our English language learners. Let me be clear. The international high schools are not about separating or prioritizing one group's needs over another. They are about adding one more option for our students and our families to choose from. More importantly, it's part of the commitment I made when I accepted the opportunity to serve as CEO of the school district. Whether it's your neighborhood school, a charter school, a career academy, an immersion or specialty program, or one of the international schools, we are creating a place where all of our students have a choice and the best chance to be college and career ready. A place where every student gets the education they need to be productive contributors right here in Prince George's County or wherever their path in life may take them. As you listen to today's presentation, please let this strategy inform your thinking. Thank you to all of you who are here today to learn more, and to our presenters and those who have worked diligently to ensure this tremendous opportunity for our school district continues on a path to success. Before I wrap up for today, I have 3 additional items. First, I'd like to welcome Christian Rhodes to the team as Executive Board Liaison and Strategic Partners Liaison as well. Christian, we're glad you're here, and I know that you'll make meaningful contributions to the Prince George's County Public School System. Secondly, thank you. Secondly, a few weeks ago, when a vacancy developed unexpectedly in our Chief Financial Officer's position, I was able to lean on a long-time relationship and able to secure the services in an interim fashion of Ray Brown to step in after he retired from his work in several other districts in the state and the Maryland State Department of Education. Ray and I have had a conversation in the last couple weeks, and it is my honor and my pleasure to announce that Ray has agreed to stay not through the end of this school year, but through the end of at least my first contract, my first 4-year contract. And so he will bring some needed stability and a presence to this work that is desperately needed. And so, Ray, I appreciate your reconsideration of the length of your tenure and your agreement to stay for a couple of years instead of a few months. So thank you, Ray, for helping out. Finally, I hope all of you will join me next Thursday, November 20th, at the Edward M. Feligy Honors Concert. This annual event honors our former superintendent and his commitment to the arts. It's a terrific way to kick off the holiday season with an evening of top-notch musical performances from our talented students from across our school district. The concert will be held at the Clarice Smith Center for the Performing Arts on the campus of the University of Maryland. and begins at 7:30 p.m. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope everyone has a festive and restful Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for all that you do for our communities, for our children, and our school system. This concludes my report. Dr. Eubanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maxwell. All right, colleagues, we are moving on to public comment. As we amended the agenda, we will take all public comment items on both agenda and non-agenda items at this time. Let me go through my process. Before I do that, I want to thank folks for coming out on an afternoon meeting. We usually don't get this kind of a crowd on an afternoon meeting. Thank you for coming out, and I know we have several honorable elected officials with us today. Hopefully I won't forget any. I know Councilwoman Lehman, I think, is here with us today. Delegate Pena Melnick is here. Senator Ulysses Curry, I think I saw Senator Curry here today. Thank you, Senator Curry. Delegate Barnes from the 25th District. Is Delegate Barnes still here? I think I saw him too. All right, thank you for coming. Delegate Brave Boy, also from the 25th District. Hello. A couple of these folks will be speaking to us today, but I wanted to thank you for coming out to support the great work that we're doing. So at that, let's start with our public comment. First, my little spiel. You have been registered to speak in a public comment forum where the Board of Education will listen to your comments. The board will not address your comments. All registered speakers will have 3 minutes to make their presentation. At the sound of the buzzer, please complete your final sentence only. And remember, you may not relinquish any part of your speaking time to any other person, registered or unregistered. And please refrain from kind of addressing folks as individuals or, of course, using profanity or other derogatory terms. And at that, let's get started. We are going to start with public comment on agenda item 5.1. And our first speaker is the Honorable Pena Melnick of the Maryland House of Delegates.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, and members of the board. Thank you for the work you do. My name is Jocelyn Pena Melnick, and I represent Prince George's County in Anne Arundel County, but I'm here also as a resident of this district and someone that has 3 children in the public school system. I'm here in support of the English language learner schools, and I want to give you a different perspective. I, myself, am an international student. I came here, and I did not speak English. And I remember the struggles that I faced when I was in school. I will never forget them. And I must say I have heard a lot about how these schools will segregate students. Well, with all due respect, you will fool yourself to think that the ESOL program right now does not segregate them, okay? I can tell you from my perspective, being a student, I often felt ostracized, shy, and picked on. And as a young person, that is not what you want to experience. And you do a lot about bullying and all the other issues that you deal with at a young age, but I experienced them. I remember my teacher not having enough time and asking a young man that spoke English to go aside and set me aside with some index cards to help me learn English, all right, because she didn't have the time. I remember her calling my house because I would interrupt the class often. And those of you that know me, I'm not shy, okay? But my mom thought that I was actually interrupting the class and I would get in trouble at home, all right? What you have in front of you are schools that will put the students with similar life experiences together in a supportive environment, in an environment where they will have wraparound services for them to be able to succeed. This body of international students coming with many languages have a markedly lower academic performance. You know the numbers, you see it. They're not doing well compared to the other students. So please, when you see that, what are you going to do? This is an option. This is a solution. We're not serving the students. We're not serving the community the way things stand right now. These international schools present a solution. I personally visited 4 schools in New York City, and I was able to see the schools. I was able to talk to the students, to the teachers, and I saw that they worked. These schools give extra training for the teachers to be able, they do professional development to handle their issues, their specific needs. The class are tailored for individual English learners. What does that do? It makes it easier for them emotionally. Imagine coming to a country where everything is new, okay? Where your parents, my mom was a single parent, is struggling, doesn't have the time to give you. And trying to learn English and trying to learn the culture and trying to assimilate. This simply makes it easier. You have basically schools right now that you're doing that. Similarly, with the talented and gifted programs in math and science. And I submit to you that these schools can only make this child succeed. And I leave you with this. Wouldn't you want to do whatever it takes to make sure that that child reaches their maximum potential? And this is an option that you have here. And I respectfully would ask you to consider that because it will make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the Honorable Aisha Braveboy.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to follow my good colleague, Delegate Jocelyn Pena-Melnick. I am here today to ask that the Largo High School not to be considered for a location of the ELL schools. Now, I know that the school system, if you move forward with this program, will have other options or many options to consider with respect to a location, but as a member and someone who represents the Largo High School and who's actually an alum of Largo High School, I want to let you know that the PTA, who you'll hear from today, and the community desires to keep Largo one whole school with one principal. The community has for years been exploring proposals to create a university high school model to increase student enrollment and to provide additional high-demand programs to attract scholars. And in fact, there is a scholar program at Largo High School. Eliminating part of the school or closing down part of the school to provide another program in the school will not assist the community in achieving its goals. It is not compatible currently with the needs and the future desires of the students and the community. And so while we understand that there is a need to have programs to increase and enhance educational opportunities for all of those who have come to this country, as my parents, my father is actually from Grenada, from the Caribbean, and immigrated here to America, and we appreciate and we invite those who want to come for a better life. We also must respect the wants and desires and needs of the communities that we are currently serving. And Largo High School, with its close proximity to the Prince George's Community College, is an excellent opportunity to create that university model which the community desires. So we respectfully ask that Largo High School not be considered for the ELL program, and we appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Bob Ross.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Ross. I'm president of the Prince George's County NAACP. I have a very short statement. The NAACP is interested in ensuring equality and fairness for all students. The NAACP seeks to ascertain the legitimacy of the schools and the programs and whether or not policies and procedures were followed suitably. The NAACP, fulfilling our key organization and historical responsibility, is investigating whether the action on the part of the school board suitably addressed the students' need. This program and schools and the way that it has been established can set a precedent. And although a program in school may be adopted with the best intention in the future, the president could cause a negative impact. At this time, the NAACP is asking crucial questions about the procedure and protocol related to the schools and the program, and seeking input from a broader community regarding the issues on behalf of all students and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Fletcher.
$13+ million in restricted and unrestricted funds, inclusive of Title III funding, is what is presently being spent in Prince George's County Public Schools' approved FY14 budget for our ESOL program. Title III spells out clearly how the funds are to be used for all of our ESOL students, which incorporates the majority of your proposal today. So what are we doing with the United States Department of Education's $3.92 million Title III money we are receiving and have been receiving for years to enhance student achievement of our ESOL students? Nowhere does it address Title III separation, but stresses inclusiveness. Your usage of the word international in addressing your proposal today is somewhat misleading when in fact this program is for primarily Hispanic students only. The explanation I was given was Hispanic students do not understand the English language, so how can they do the work? The Hispanic dropout rate is high. Hispanics have underlying social issues that need to be addressed. Well, African American students graduate annually from this school system with little or no mastery of the English language. African American students have the highest dropout rate in this county compared to Hispanics. Social issues among African American students have never been addressed properly. Just look at the population in the jail up the street. The majority of its inmates are African American dropouts from Prince George's County Public Schools. Dr. Height, when he was here, discovered that our ESOL students, when separated from student population, had difficulty acclimating to their home-based school once they returned after mastering the language. So ESOL was placed in back into home-based schools. So why are we going back to isolation? My personal opinion is that this proposal is politically motivated. It is to appease a certain potential voter population, and it causes greater division among Hispanics and African Americans, and I view it as a form of segregation. However, the barn door has been opened and the horses are out. So what do we do that is in the best interest of all of our diverse student population and leads to student achievement? Principals have already been selected. Sites have been proposed, and all of this without community participation. Establish a program at a high school where non-English speaking students, well, anyway, to basically mainstream. My last sentence, this is a win-win if you mainstream, and I ask you, the board, to stop being a pawn and pitting one ethnic group against another. Thank you.
Our next speaker this afternoon is Gloria O'Brien.
Good afternoon, board members. I come to you today speaking to you not only as a resident of many years in this county, but also as a parent of many years, and also as a county employee with the Board of Education for many, many years. And I'm speaking to you today about the importance of your considering to please approve and fund this opportunity for the English as Second Language learners in the PG County schools. I'm very excited because it actually is an opportunity to continue to make Prince George's County a school of choice. It follows perfectly with the whole theme of our being great by choice, and part of that requires that we take a look at all students, the disenfranchised and the enfranchised. And it's really important to remember that the international student population in the Prince George's County schools has grown. The immigrant population has grown. I'm personally interested in this program because when I became an English as a second language teacher 20 years ago, I now am working as an international school counselor for the Prince George's County schools. 20 years ago, I was working at High Point High School, where the insurgence of the immigrant population really began, and it was huge. And High Point High School, as much as we cared for our students, we did not have a program that really supported their big needs. So we went searching 20 years ago and discovered the international school at LaGuardia Community College in New York. And a group of us, the principal of High Point, myself, and some other officials of the county, we trudged up there 20 years ago to see this program. We thought it worked then. We were excited for it for the schools then. And here we are 20 years later, and I am so excited that this is an opportunity for all of our students in the PG County schools, the Prince George's County schools, the international immigrant students who really need to be looked at. This is a school of choice. This is a county of choice. And being able to help them to become better citizens, to become more academically prepared to go on to college is really what it's all about. It should not, this is a school for all students, and like I said, I'm an English second language person by background, international school counselor. It is not just for the Hispanic. It is actually a school that would service the needs of all students from throughout the world, from Africa to the Middle East, to Vietnam, to Asia, to Central America. All of these are students who are seeking refuge, and they're seeking refuge here in our school system. So I please, I don't want to use the word implore, but I'm going to use the word implore. I really would suggest that you take this into consideration and take it seriously, that our children need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Pate. Is Terry Pate here? Terry Pate. No Terry. Okay, our next speaker is Valerie White.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Valerie White from Largo High School, the PTSA president. And my concerns have been on the installment of the ELL program, the school within the school, the discrepancy between the two. There has been talks as far as the decision whether it is a school within a school or a program. The concern is that it will be a mainstream program and not a separation of school within the school. According to the MOU stipulation of the members of steering committee of the MOU, there was to be a school faculty member, community representative, parent representative, and a student representative at the table of the development of this program, but that was not to be. From this point on, I believe there should be talks because it has been rest assured that this plan is to be going forward. And going forward, our concerns are that what will be the benefit of Largo High School as far as our current scholars and the neighboring future scholars to assure the equality of academic learning environment as those projected for those in the ELL program. We're asking for our students to have the same quality education and not be left behind. When they graduate, that they will become equally academically prepared to be bilingual, to be able to contend for the same jobs when they graduate. Also asking that during school, if this is to be, as far as they're projecting that the school would be at Largo, as far as the language barrier and peer mediation, to keep down chaos between the students and the academic learning production. Also, how they're able to prevent the overcrowding classrooms in Largo, which is a great concern. Right now, it doesn't project that we do have the space to accept 400 new students over the next 4 to 5 years. Their classrooms will be 10 to 12 in their classroom, when our ratio now projects 33 to 38 in the classroom. If we lose classrooms, if we lose 10 to 12 classrooms, that means that we are being pushed into having 35 to 46 to a classroom. That's overcrowding. And I do believe that is not a good atmosphere for learning. Also, it is, thank you. It is not set that the ELL program is to be at Largo, or is it set as a school within the school? We're asking that the definition please be transparent and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Parks.
Members of the board, I come before you today to add my voice in support of the International High Schools concept as an alternative choice for English language learners in Prince George's County Public Schools, and to share, based on my experience of 40 years as a resident of this county and an educator of English language learners in kindergarten through grade 12, my understanding of the specific needs of these students and how we can most wisely address those needs. English language learners who are very, very young learn English quickly in the mainstream classroom, given the support of the dedicated cadre of ELL specialists and the classroom teachers they train, and the special methodology of sheltered English instruction. Our research-based instructional models, English immersion pull-out classes for beginners, and collaborative co-teaching in mainstream content classes for the intermediate levels serves these students well, the young ones. Though lost in the beginning, where everyone speaks a language foreign to them, elementary school ELLs have the advantage of learning English in an environment where basic foundational literacy skills of reading and writing are being presented to all students in their classes, with many opportunities for the meaningful language practice that is so critical for second language acquisition. It's occurring on a daily basis. Success stories there are frequent and give us hope for their future success. On the other hand, our older ELLs who enter the schools beyond the primary grades at middle and high school age face far greater challenges. Their school environment is very different. Accessing the ever-increasing demands of higher-level coursework presented in language of increasing complexity poses a true dilemma, an almost insurmountable obstacle for the beginning ELL. Well-developed reading and writing skills and a large working academic vocabulary are prerequisites for success. Many with serious home responsibilities must go to work before and after school to help support their families, with little time left over for homework and study. Others have experienced separation from loved ones, a traumatic journey, violence, and loss at the delicate developmental stage of adolescence, when social and emotional adjustment is so very critical to their well-being and stability. I have witnessed their struggles, participated in countless conferences and team meetings, proposing and designing interventions, seeking solutions. Despite these many efforts, the number of success stories among this older population of ELLs grows smaller. Unfortunately, the number of failure stories increases. Low performance, dropouts, drug and gang involvement, depression, other personal tragedies, too many, too often neglected. Our empathy for these struggles is not enough. Solutions must be provided to ensure that these students do not fall by the wayside. We must continue to offer innovative educational alternatives, the details of such a model being presented today, international high schools, adding to the already impressive list of school choices in Prince George's County, will ensure that English language learners from all diverse language backgrounds receive the very specialized instruction they need, an education that will produce responsible, productive members of American society, fluent in English, well prepared for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Brown.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Glenn Brown, and I'm a 40-year resident of Prince George's County. I'm a recently retired 37 years with the Justice Department, and I'm also a member of the NAACP Executive Committee. And my short comments might be out of place. It should have been maybe on the agenda for items not on the agenda. But I'm just going to say what several of my neighbors and some of my coffee club members are saying. It is my impression that the scheduling of this meeting at 1 p.m. in the afternoon is orchestrated to exclude citizen participation. This meeting should have been held at 7 o'clock p.m. in order to include community groups, parents, key community leaders, educational proponents, as well as students. The timing of this hearing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon is clearly scheduled at a time to limit or eliminate robust public participation. Didn't the school board learn anything from the recent election? Didn't the school board learn from the governor's election that it is critical to educate and involve people in the political process in order to elect effective leaders? The school board should have scheduled this meeting in the evening to educate the most citizens about this proposed dynamic shift from the status quo in our educational system here. It is clearly and deliberately scheduled at 1 p.m. to leave out uniquely educated and culturally diverse populations that make up Prince George's County. I'll leave you with a few words of advice. Citizens will vote you out if you deliberately leave them out. Citizen participation contributes to good governance because it makes transparency and accountability attainable. The focus should be to enhance citizen participation and not deteriorate it. Unless the ideas and perspectives of citizens are transmitted to the education arena, we cannot talk about the power of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniela Worsbicki.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Danielle Wiersbicki, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I am the International Academy leader at T.C. Williams High School in Alexandria, Virginia, and I came here today to speak from experience and hopefully inspire you to support these schools for English language learners in your community. So about 3 years ago at T.C. Williams High School, which is our only high school in Alexandria, we started noticing a huge influx of English language learners, and we also noticed that they were being incredibly unsuccessful. They were taking 5 to 6 years to graduate, if they graduated at all. There was a high dropout rate of about 28%. And we started searching nationally for an answer. What was happening in the rest of the country? Well, a lot of not good stuff, actually. Like if you look across the country, not many people were being successful with these students. And there's a reason for that. It's incredibly difficult. The challenges that these kids face at the high school level, it's hard to deal with, and we're still learning as a country how to educate these kids. However, we did find the International Network for Public Schools, and we saw their statistics, and we visited their schools, and we saw that they had actually figured some things out that were working for this population. So what we did was we started exploring a relationship with them, and since then, 3 years ago, we opened up our International Academy, which it functions as a school within a school. It's really an academy within a school. And we have seen tremendous benefits for our students. We now have 570 English language learners that benefit from this program. The model allows for the kids to begin to earn high school credit immediately. And this is because it's based on the research that says kids can learn language and content at the same time. What we've done nationally is decided that kids first have to learn language before they can enter content area classes that lead towards graduation. So that issue is addressed through this model, and the best practices that occur there address the issues of these kids. We now, after 3 years, we've gone down to a 6% dropout rate. Our kids are no longer silent in classrooms. When you go into the classrooms, the kids are using English for real purpose. They're working on projects. They're leaders in groups. They're collaborating. Our teachers work on collaborative teams, and it works because they work as a community. And IMPS works because it's also a community. I know all the other principals of the other schools. I get resources from them. They help us with professional development. All of my teachers have specialized training. All of the resources that are offered through IMPS will truly benefit your students and your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Hammond.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I also would like to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank also the previous speakers that have spoken for their perspectives. I currently am a teacher in an international school. I teach at the International Academy at T.C. Williams. But I did not always teach at the International Academy at T.C. Williams. I was also a mainstream teacher working with the LL students in the mainstream setting. So I have a somewhat unique perspective. I can speak from both sides of that wall, of that divide. And I have to say, quite honestly, that before I was working in the International Academy, I was struggling to reach the needs of those ELL students in my classroom. And I couldn't figure out exactly how to do it. You differentiate. So I think there are ways that you can do it, but I was struggling to find those ways. And that's what drew me to the International Academy at T.C. Williams. You have opportunities, just as one of the previous speakers said. We travel to New York. There is a whole support system provided for you. I went to a conference just about a week or 2 weeks ago, and I thought, you know, I'm going to walk into that conference and not recognize anybody, and I'll get maybe one or two tools out of it. But do you know what happened? I recognized almost everybody because I've been in their classrooms. We visit those schools and we talk to those people. That's the thing about IMPS, is that it is a model. It is a coherent structure, all designed like a puzzle, all the pieces to support these students. And speaking of the students, that professional development in these past couple of years have permitted me, I believe, to reach those students with greater success. In fact, I was just in that classroom about 1 hour ago to the minute. I was working with those students. One student in particular, there are many success stories that I can speak about. One student in particular was coming from Guatemala. He was experiencing gang violence. He's very passionate about that. He's hoping that something can be done in his home country about that violence. And he came to this country not knowing Spanish, but Mom. He's not even fluent in Spanish. And yet in the last 2 years, he has progressed fantastically, and he was just recently named an Optimist Club Award winner, and he spoke. He spoke in public at that meeting. And there's nothing more inspiring about that. But I somehow doubt that in my previous structure, working with those students, that he would have had that opportunity, that he necessarily would have reached that potential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to make one more exception to our policies and invite one more speaker on this agenda item. And I'd like to invite the Honorable Mary Lehman to come up and say a word.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, and I will be brief. If it's okay, I am not addressing something that was specifically on the agenda today. Is that all right?
If that's the case, can I move you to your proper spot in the order then? I thought it was on this item, so I'll put you in. All right, so you're a non-agenda item.
No, I was in the process of putting it in writing because I was told because I didn't sign up in
Good.
advance.
All right, well, then I'll give you time to do that, and I'll call back on you in a few minutes. Fair enough?
That's,
all right.
I can put it in writing and come back at the end or just submit it because I'm, you know, I've got another appointment to make anyways.
Mr. Chair, she's
Yeah, whatever's easiest for you, Ms. Lehman. You could do it now. You could do it.
Okay.
Whatever's easiest for you.
I'll talk to Ms. Epps later about it. Okay. What I want to address briefly, I'm, again, Prince George's County Councilwoman Mary Lehman. I appreciate the acknowledgement when I first walked in. I know you didn't know I was going to be here today. I represent County Council District 1. It is the northernmost district in Prince George's County. It has 21 public schools, including Dwight D. Eisenhower Middle School. And for the record, I live in Laurel. I'm a graduate of the public school system, Eleanor Roosevelt class of '82, and 2 of my 4 children currently are enrolled in Prince George's County Public Schools. I'm coming here today to encourage the CEO and the Board of Ed to, as thoughtfully and expeditiously as possible, install a new and permanent principal at Dwight D. Eisenhower Middle School in South Laurel. The school, the staff, the students, and the parents deserve the stability and the continuity of a permanent principal. This school has had 5 principals in 5 years. It deserves better. The students and the families and the larger school community deserve better. So I'm encouraging you to install a strong leadership now, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lehman. All right, so we're concluded with public speakers on agenda item 5.1. We're going to agenda item 9.1. We have Mr. David Kahn. Welcome back, Mr. Kahn. We've
back.
Missed you.
I'd first like to add my thanks to Amber Waller and to you, Peggy Higgins, for your excellent service to the students and the community of Prince George's County. Thank you so much. You will be missed. I strongly support the idea of a legislative platform, whether or not I agree with all the items in it. It's important for the community to know the consensus of the board regarding the types of legislation that they favor or disfavor. But, and you knew there was going to be a but, the way you intend to use this is very dangerous. It's my understanding that you intend this to give your lobbyist carte blanche to testify in favor or against specific bills without necessarily coming back to the board for specific approval. I'm told that this is necessary because sometimes there are pop-up hearings, and I understand that, but they're rare, and there always is a second house where those hearings might give another opportunity. But even if both houses are too quick, the lobbyist could say that the board generally favors this sort of legislation or generally opposes it, but not testify specifically in favor or against that bill, because the devil is in the details. So many times, legislation has been brought up by the lobbyists to the board that's basically consistent with the board's ideas, but the board had different ideas. And the board said, okay, we can go along with this if such and such amendment were added. There wouldn't be that opportunity. What I fear is that the lobbyist, when faced with a short time before the need to testify, we'll contact 1 or 2 board members, get an idea of how the board feels, and then testify, with all of this discussion being taken outside the view of the public. So we would not be able to see the board's discussion of these things. That's very valuable. The discussion of the legislative agenda has been very enlightening to understand where the board's coming from. You need to speak with your own name, and nobody else should speak for you on specifics. Not every bill that is consistent with this platform is going to be a good bill, and not every bill that is inconsistent is necessarily a bad bill. I think that if you're going to give that sort of authority to the lobbyist, then this should not be adopted, as much as I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move on to public comment for speakers on non-agenda items. Our next speaker is Tracy Williams. Oh, I saw someone standing up. Stand up to leave. No Tracy Williams? Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Mike McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike McLaughlin. You have my written statement, so I'll try to be as brief as possible, just hit the highlights. I'm a parent with 3 children, 3 products of the school system. 2 have already graduated from college. My 3rd is in Laurel High School right now. I've been here many times as a parent and a chair of the Disability Issues Advisory Board, which is your sole advisory. And I've intentionally not been here for a while as I waited for the dust to settle and for you all to get your footing as the new structure took place. I'm here today simply to ask you to continue 2 shining stars in our system, 2 best-kept secrets. Number 1 is the Disability Issues Advisory Board, which has, for those that aren't familiar with it here or in the audience, just go to board docs and look at some of our year-end reports and see that it was money wisely spent on bringing many of our aging structures up to ADA compliance and providing reasonable accommodations to employees. And I ask each of you to just, all you have to do is appoint members. The advisory board has been depleted by the shakeup in the governments and just the time gone by and losing members. We desperately need you to appoint new members to this advisory board that has done so much good for the county. The other thing is, as you work on the budget, I urge you to allocate funds to expand the mental health initiative. And I ask that you immediately begin a pilot program at Dwight D. Eisenhower Middle School with this mental health initiative. 2 years ago when my daughter was there were some difficulties going on, and the president of the PTSA, who is here, and we met with the then area superintendent, who's no longer in the system, and we asked for just such a pilot program to help address some of the behavioral issues that are going on in that school. And his response was very interesting. It was a little troubling to me. He basically, in the colloquial, said, "We got this." He said that the in-school counselors could handle it. And I think, as we all have all seen, unfortunately, in recent times, is that that school needs more than that. And I think the mental health initiative would be just the ideal for that school, because we attended SPMT meetings and we saw the frustration, actually the fear in some of the staff, some of the things that were going on in that school. So I ask you to consider that, and I think part of the response by that superintendent was, the area superintendent, unfortunately is typical, which can be attributed to the stigma surrounding mental health. But given recent events in some of our schools and others around the country, I hope you will agree that the time to put an end to that stigma is now. I ask that you bring the mental health initiative out of special education and put it front and center in any school that needs professional behavioral therapists, starting with Dwight D. Eisenhower Middle School. If you have any doubts about that course of action, just paraphrase a beautiful hymn and say to yourselves, let there be peace in our schools, and let it begin with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Dortch.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Lehman for coming out to help me represent my school. My name is Ronald Dortch. My daughter is an 8th grade student at Dwight Eisenhower Middle School. When my daughter first entered Eisenhower, she was in the 6th grade at the age of 10, and I didn't want her to go there. I had heard a lot of bad things about Eisenhower Middle School, plus I was against the transition for 6th graders to be moved over into a middle school in the beginning. The only way that I felt that my child would be safe at Eisenhower would be that I attend there every day. I accepted the position as PTSA president, and from that day to this day, I am still there as the PTSA president. I have one child at Eisenhower, but I have over 950 students that I promise to look out for and to protect. I'm not only the PTSA president at Eisenhower, I'm on the executive board at Eisenhower. I'm the vice president of the PTSA for Laurel High School. I'm also on the executive board for Laurel Elementary School, as well as on the executive board for LaSalle Backus Educational Campus, which is located in Washington, D.C. When my daughter entered Eisenhower, she had one principal to serve under. Because of so many fights at Eisenhower through the high flyers, as we call them, the PTSA reached out to the Board of Education. At that particular time, it was under a particular area superintendent and a particular Area 1 representative. 4 months after that, they terminated her. The board did not back her in getting rid of or correcting these high flyers, as we so call them. Without the support of 100% from the board, she was unable to complete her job, so they got rid of her. They demoted her and moved her somewhere else. The board then gave us an interim principal. Once we got that interim principal for 6 months, then the board brought in 2 new principals. Basically, what I'm summing this up to being is I heard that it's been 5 principals, but everybody's forgetting the 2 interim principals. So within the last 2 years, Eisenhower has had 5 principals total. We need your help. We're in a position right now. Students are questioning grown-ups' decisions. They can't figure out what grown-ups are trying to figure out. And then I got parents who's questioning the Board of Education. I get phone calls all night long. I answer each one of them. I can't answer for you all. I need your help to answer these questions. What can we do to get Eisenhower back on track? Because right now, Eisenhower is up in the air, and I got 1 student that's running the school. The police are afraid of this student. The staff are afraid of this student. Everybody says hands off. They're worried about a lawsuit. We can't let this happen. I'm about ready to pull my child out of there, and she's begging me to do that with only 6 months left in the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Ruffin.
Good evening. And I'd like to thank the board, chair, vice chair, members of the board for allowing me to come and speak. On behalf of the professional school nurses of Prince George's County, we'd like to thank the Board of Education for allowing our voice to be heard on this important matter. The professional school nurses functions as a supervisory, administrative, healthcare agent in our sites. We diligently strive to improve and promote the optimal level of health of students and their families. We assure compliance with state and federal mandates. Our endeavors are essential for achievement and the advancement of academic success of all students. The bargaining unit we are currently in the Local 2250 does not support nor understand the needs of professional growth and development within the practice of school nursing. We respectfully request to terminate our affiliation with the Local 2250 and to be approved to smoothly transition in the Association of Supervisory and Administrative School Personnel. This transition would aid in the hiring and retention of nurses. We would like for this matter to be resolved before the new contract negotiation begins, tentatively 2015. In August of 2014, we corresponded with the chair of the board and the CEO, and we stated that the professional school nurses of Prince George's County request to terminate our affiliation with the Local 2250, and we asked for support and authorization and transition into the Association of Supervisory Administrative School Personnel. As representative of the professional school nurses, we met on September the 23rd, 2014 with the leadership team of the Local 2250 and request to be released. Requested to be released from the bargaining unit. On October the 24th, a fellow nurse, another representative of the body of professional school nurses of Prince George's County, received a certified letter from the executive director of the Local 2250 citing 6506 of Educational Code, stating that the Local 2250 is exclusive bargaining agent in Prince George's County schools for supportive staff, which includes nurses. Your petition to disassociation is ineffective, illegal currently under current Maryland law. Prior to this meeting with the leadership team of the Local 2250, the acting president of the Local 2250 requests for the resignation of the other leadership member as we were working, because we were the executive board member of the representing health services.
Thank you.
Okay, wait, one last sentence. On behalf of the professional school nurses, we request on behalf of the Maryland Education Code 605 to terminate affiliation with Local 2250 and into the Association of Supervisory Administrative School Personnel, and we request that you exercise your authority as cited in the Maryland Educational Code 6505B to facilitate this transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. That concludes our public speakers for this evening, this afternoon. Thank you so much for coming out and speaking with us and helping us as we move forward on our important work. I'm going to move on now to our next item is discussion item 5.0 on international schools, and I'll yield the floor to Dr. Maxwell for an introduction of this discussion item.
So Mr. Carlos Yato and Ms. Allison Hanks Sloan will provide an overview of the International Schools presentation.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members, Dr. Maxwell, Dr. Eubanks, Ms. Boston, leadership, and members of the community. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share some insight and perspective on Prince George's County new international school models. My name is Carlos Beato, and I'm one of the design leaders principals for the new schools. Before I begin, I want to take an opportunity to thank everyone in Prince George's County who have made me feel right at home. Thank you for that. I'm here today because I've dedicated my entire career to working and seeing students of underrepresented communities thrive. The English language learner community is of particular interest to me since during elementary school, I was an English language learner until 5th grade. During those years, I experienced both the rewards and challenges of being in a traditional school model. Since then, I have worked to develop successful curriculum for ELLs as a teacher. I have worked with students in helping them think through the college career process as college counselor, and recently, as a high school administrator, I have led teachers in developing effective teaching practices for their classrooms using scaffolding models for differentiation. We are at an exciting time in education as we have the opportunity to expand on all of the great programs that already exist in Prince George's County Public Schools. Prince George's County Public School has been at the forefront of education in giving way to innovative programs like our career academies, science and technology schools, knowing that our learners understand and process information differently. Please join us as we give students and families another school of choice.
Good afternoon, and Kwandana Matachu, Salam Aleichem, Shalom, hello. Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Eubanks, Ms. Boston, Dr. Maxwell, members of the board, members of leadership, members of our school district and community for being here today. It is my privilege to have this opportunity to talk to you today about the new role I'm playing, the principal and design leader of one of the new international schools. My name is Allison Hanks Sloan. I joined the district in 1998, first as an ESOL teacher at Parkdale High School. It was part of a partnership with George Washington University for returned Peace Corps volunteers. In 2004, I became a part of central office. I was ESOL supervisor and later coordinating supervisor of international programs, a part of curriculum and instruction. In the 10 years that I've been in the district as central office, I've seen our K-12 ELL population more than double. I've helped develop international programs, and our students' needs have grown. High school has always been an interest and a passion for me. Several task forces have existed throughout the last few years in which we've looked at different ways to support our older newcomers. And when the opportunity came for our district to apply for this grant, it was a dream come true. I first learned about internationals in 2010 at a seminar in Washington, D.C. I also got to collaborate with them in 2012 on another grant I'll tell you more about shortly. And now to be a part of this process is a complete honor. Today, we're going to talk to you about our targeted population of English language learners and their needs, our purpose for the international high schools, and our strategic plan to successfully open in August 2015. Before we talk to you about our secondary English language learners' needs, we would like you to meet some of our students who would be potential candidates for the school. Thanks, David, for helping us out here. She says, hola, my name is Jamie. We'll get her in a moment here with some sounds.
And I currently live in Suitland.
Okay, my name is Eduardo Liriano. I'm from the Dominican Republic. I have lived in the United States since 2007. I live in Capitol Heights, Maryland.
Hi, my name is Joelle Brica, and I'm from Ivory Coast. I've been living here since 2013, and I currently live in Upper Marlboro.
Hello, I'm named Marie. I come up from Salon. I came since 2005, and I live in Hydesville, Maryland.
Salam, my name is Mekia Shukur, and I'm from Ethiopia, and I've been here since 2010, and I live in Upper Marlboro.
Bonjour, my name is Zahren. I'm from Senegal. I've been here since 2011, and I live in Suitland.
Hi, my name is Manuela Blanksen. I come from Ghana. I've been here since 2011. I currently live at Lago.
Hola, my name is Ariana. I come from Puerto Rico. I've been here for a month, and I live in Upper Marlboro.
Salam. My name is Funogumai, and I'm from East Africa, Eritrea. I live in this country since 2012, and I live in Suitland, Maryland.
Salam. My name is Kawasako. I'm from Guinea-Conakry, and I've been here 2012, and I live Landover.
We are PGCPS.
So we see our students, we know our students, and the question is, what are the unmet needs for our English language learners? We're supporting our ESOL students in numerous ways, and we need to do more. Together with Montgomery County, Prince George's County and Montgomery make up 80% of the state's English language learner population. Our English language learner population continues to grow daily. MSDE Title III office applauds Prince George's County Public Schools for the work we're doing with our English language learners. They also applaud us for the work we're about to do with our 2 international schools. These schools will provide a different model to address the numerous student needs, and we can take the lead in the state by having learning communities that can be replicated across the district. Our high school ELLs in the last 10 years have almost doubled, with a 175% increase in the population. In just this school year and the last school year, our population grew significantly, impacting our programs at a surprising rate in several of our schools across the district. So today, we're focusing on the English language learner, the student, which is different from ESOL, the English for Speakers of Other Languages program, which is a part of the Division in Teaching and Learning. They're supporting our ELLs in different ways. This is not about the growing numbers. This is about the many unique needs that this population of students face, including interrupted education and traumatic experiences. These international high schools will be well equipped to support our students. These international high schools will benefit our ELLs and our RLs, which are our students who have exited out of ESOL in the last 2 years. When you see such a large number of students at the elementary level, you might ask, okay, why are we targeting high school? This next slide will show you why. Why is a special intervention needed in the high school? Many of our students that begin in ESOL, and you heard Ms. Parks talk about it earlier, is that in our early grades, they exit out of ESOL in grades 3 to 5. Our challenge is in supporting our ELLs who enter at the secondary level. These international high schools will be a laboratory school, a model training opportunity, using our Carnegie Grant and our funding to create an innovative model. You might also ask, are our current high school programs serving our ELLs? Of the 6,010 students currently enrolled across the programs, such as Academy of Health and Sciences, Science and Tech, and Career Academies, 1.8% are ELLs. With just our 2 schools alone opening, that number will more than triple.
Prince George's County students are global. Students and their families represent 151 different countries, which gives way to the diversity of languages spoken at home of about 163 languages. As you can see on the slide, the top 3 countries represented: El Salvador, Nigeria, Mexico, and the top 3 languages spoken at home: Spanish, French, and Tagalog.
So our global population continues to grow. Just in the last 10 months, in 2014, we welcomed more than 6,388 new English language learners. Of those, 1,114 were children seeking refuge, also known as unaccompanied minors. Our English language learners also are refugee students. We have a large population of refugee students in the Riverdale area, going to Templeton, William Wirt, and Parkdale, students from Bhutan, Nepal, Congo, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. We also have a growing population of refugees in Dodge Park, coming from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan. Our new students' parents have worked hand in hand with the U.S. soldiers as interpreters and allies, and we are glad that they are coming to Prince George's County. So our graduation cohort gives you an idea of why we're focusing more on high school. At first glance, again, you might look at it and say, wow, Prince George's County Public Schools English language learners are excelling beyond MSDE in our ELL grad rate. But what you don't see in these numbers is that almost half of this cohort that started in grade 9 was no longer attending school by grade 12. In 2010, of the 634 English language learners who stayed in ESOL through grade 12, only 357 were still attending school in 2013. With our international high schools, our goal is that more of our English language learners will stay engaged in school, and we will see our ELLs walk across the stage with a graduation cap.
We want to pause for a moment and share what the numbers don't show. Wilvin, the student pictured above, came to this country in the summer prior to entering high school. Wilvin was born in the United States, but for financial reasons had to move back to the Dominican Republic with his mother. He returned to the United States not knowing his father and having to integrate into a family with brothers and sisters he had never met. As you can imagine, this proved to be a challenge, as he was also coping with trying to understand our American education system, one far different from the one he was accustomed to. When he came to our international high school for ELLs, we knew that he, like most of our students, would need extensive counseling support to help manage the social and academic challenges of high school. I wholeheartedly believe that because Wilvin went to a school with other ELLs and former ELLs, that he was able to feel at ease in school and in participating in educational activities. He ultimately graduated in the top 10% of his class and is now furthering his education at a four-year college where he is currently a senior. Just to think that 8 years ago he did not speak any English and that he is now partaking in discussions with peers at the college level is astonishing. Now this is the type of success that one yearns to see as an educator.
So let me take you back those 8 years and take you right back into the present. Krista is a Filipino student at Oxon Hill Middle School. She's a quiet, serious teenager whose smile can light up a room. She came to Prince George's County Public Schools in August 2013 as a 7th grader. For the first 6 weeks of school, she did not speak to teachers. She did not speak to other students. She did not write anything other than her name. After several discussions with other teachers familiar with the culture and many calls home using Language Link, the ESOL teacher learned that Krista was afraid to voice her opinion. She was afraid to speak out in class, and she was afraid of shaming her family if she were wrong. A year later, she continues to struggle with writing, as she had been schooled mostly in grammar in her own country. In a multi-level class at the International High School, perhaps she would have been engaged in day one. Perhaps nobody would have ever thought she was shy.
So what are international schools? If I were Krista's dad, come next year, I will have another choice as to where I would send my daughter, along with all of the other schooling options that already exist in Prince George's County. All of our parents would have a choice. If I were Krista, I would be working on developing my language skills in all of my core content courses. I'd be partaking in activities through a collaborative process in a heterogeneous model that would allow me to interact with all members of my cohort. I would be working with technology to help personalize my learning, again, with language at the core of the institution. As Krista's teacher, I would have numerous opportunities to receive high-quality professional development far beyond that of just my content area. I would get to work weekly with teachers from other content areas to develop effective language practices in my daily instruction. Lastly, as Krista or her parent, I would have the benefit of partaking in academic and cultural enrichment opportunities offered by one of our partners, Casa de Maryland. So why did we partner with Internationals Network? Because of their ongoing success with English language learners these past 28 years. In schools partners with internationals, ELL students have high graduation rates and low dropout rates. This success is in part due to the high-quality professional development and coaching that Internationals provides its teachers and leaders. They have developed curriculum and resources that target the needs of the ELL population. Lastly, they have successfully collaborated with stakeholders to make sure that school implementation is as smooth as possible and that students and their families receive all the supports needed to succeed. By August 2015, the international schools will provide instruction to 100 students at each school within a project-based learning, which is actually known as PBL model. PBL will allow students to engage in real-world problems and to collaborate with others to find solutions to these issues while gaining the foundational skills necessary to be college and career ready by the time they graduate. Lastly, as we've seen in Wilvin and Krista's experience, it is often the case that ELLs are dealing with more than just academic issues. They're also working on emotional and social challenges that go far beyond the classroom. At the international schools, We will have trained counselors that are well prepared to lead the ELL students to fully integrate into American culture and to cope with both the academic and social challenges they are facing.
So who are our partners in the Carnegie Grant? Some of them are here today. I'd like to introduce to you our partners from Internationals Network, as well as our partners from Casa de Maryland. As you know, we're here today because we've had successful partnerships in our collaboration with both CASA and Internationals. With CASA, we currently have an I-3 Department of Education grant supporting family literacy. Also, a few years ago, we, CASA, PGCPS, and Internationals made it through the preliminary grant process for Promised Neighborhoods, a federal grant modeled after the Harlem Children's Zone. Unfortunately, sequestration halted that and blocked the next round. Fortunately, the Carnegie Institute Foundation invited the three of us to submit a grant together for the Opportunity by Design and apply for 2 international high schools. It was a perfect match. Knowing we have had successful partnerships in place, we jumped at the opportunity, and we appreciate the support of many of you in this room. As for Spring Point, it's a name that you might not hear much of, but we hear about them every day and communicate with them on a weekly basis. They're an active part of the process. They're the logistical support provided by Carnegie, guiding us, Carlos and I, from paper to practice to application. As the three of us work together with the goals of designing and building their schools, International holds a grant which covers the salary for the 2 design leader principals until July 1st, 2015. They're also funding professional development opportunities to visit and examine other schools and attend conferences, work with other international principals, and develop plans from theory to action. Additionally, they support our project director and a mastery specialist who will be helping us in the professional development we'll be doing. As for CASA, they're going to be providing the wraparound services for all students and for our families. They currently have deep relationships within the community with over 60,000 members from a diverse immigrant population. Currently, they're already supporting us in the community with adult education, legal services, nutritional information, and all of those services will benefit all of the students under the same roof. So what makes the Internationals unique? As some of you on the board have witnessed firsthand by visiting the international schools, and many of you have had conversations with us around the benefits of these international schools, one of the most impressive components is the school climate. It's a true model where students from across the globe respect and honor one another and their differences as well as their commonalities. Walking through the classrooms, we see students engaged in teams, working on projects, relying on each other, and supporting one another. We witness teachers teaming around themes, blending content, and applying effective language strategies. It's a true space for cutting-edge integration of language use development and students integrating into American society. As for the 2 prospective locations, when you look at the map up here, you can see the blue dots represent where our 9th grade ELLs are currently living. 70% and more live north of 202. And so with that, one school will be located, centrally located, and Largo is the consideration, as it's a short walk away from the community college. The 2 schools will be sharing one building. While the international school will occupy one wing independently, they will share common space too, the cafeteria, the library media, and the gymnasium. As for Langley Park, it's one of our largest ELL communities and one of our areas with the highest needs. We know that from the research we've done in our own district, as well as reports from the Urban Institute, which were completed for the Promised Neighborhood Grant.
We got on an airplane last week to visit a few international schools in communities like Prince George's County. And then we went to a blended learning conference to understand different ways of approaching learning for our students. We boarded with a list of questions and thoughts that would allow us to frame our visits. Most of all, we wanted to ask questions surrounding some of the successes and challenges these international schools are currently facing, so that we make sure our implementation process is as seamless as possible. To that effect, we're working on developing our school plans and logistics, developing our focus groups with the help of CASA, and working on budgeting and staffing. In working to launch our schools, we're using SpringPoint's successful 5-step approach of introducing and preparation, research, and design, which will lead to a successful school launch in August 2015. Allison and I are partaking in every step of the process as design leaders and engaging experts and current members of the audience in these steps throughout the entire process. While currently on the research phase, we're gathering data via the focus groups and engaging in conversations with school leaders, teachers, and students from international schools across the nation and in Prince George's County to inform our design process for the next few months. As you can see, no one part of the 5-step model is ever complete, as the school design is truly a collaborative process that improves slightly over time. We will have 12 focus groups followed by community dialogues, specifically framed to reach out to our potential students, families, and communities to understand what their expectations are in having our schools as a choice. These focus groups will ground our day-to-day work in the design process while giving us some perspective on how to reach out to students, how we should think about their academic needs, and what they'd like to be done differently. We will ask students and families questions about their current experiences, about what is working and what is not. We will be talking about the different needs of parents and the community to understand what type of resources are needed to see all of our students succeed.
And we are on par with our startup costs. Our schools are no more expensive than specialty schools or academies. The money doesn't run out as it's part of our existing budget models. We're using existing funds in a different way, a more effective and targeted way to support our English language learners. At this time, we thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about our targeted population, our English language learners, our reclassified English language learners at the secondary level, how the international schools will support our students, and our strategic plan to successfully open 2 schools of 100 students each by August 2015. And with that, we'd like to open it up for questions.
Thank you for that thorough and thoughtful presentation. And welcome to Prince George's County Public Schools.
Thank you.
We're great by choice, and we're glad that you're here to be great with us.
Thank you.
And I venture to guess we have a few questions for you.
Okay.
I have so far in the queue Ms. Jacobs, Mr. Burroughs, Ms. Boston, Ms. Williams, and Dr. Anderson. Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My questions are actually more around budget. So on the slide where we have the startup being the same as the alternative schools at $1.4 million, is that actually, just clarifying by definition, is that charter schools when you say alternative, or you're talking about the 2 alternative?
I think that when we looked at more than charter schools. I think we looked at programs that we were starting, center programs.
So specialty programs,
specialty
like
programs, those
okay.
kind of programs where we put staff in place. So there's a lot of different ones, French immersion schools, Montessori schools, the new Spanish immersion programs that we started. I think, you know, it's also kind of the number we use. I think when we talk about the new early childhood centers, I think it's a number we talk about when we need a new principal. We need, you know, some skeleton staff.
When I was trying to think about sort of what kind of program would look that we currently have that might be the easiest to compare it to, what comes to mind is the middle college. I just remember, because it's a select group of students that start in 1 year and then continue each year to increase. And I guess my questions really come down to which, and at some point I think, you know, when the administration has figured out the cost, the sort of the per pupil cost is what I would really like to see. I know in some instances, based on specialty programs, we actually pay more per student than what the normal $12,000 is. And I think it's important to know what that cost is. But my other question really goes to sustainability. So I just got the report from, this is from the perspective of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education in terms of our executive director and staff was at the meeting yesterday when the state was talking about its deficit. And so my questions really are about, you know, in light of the county's $55 million deficit, and I guess the state is now at $600 or $700 million. And unfortunately, the likelihood that, you know, not to cast aspersions on any particular party, but the likelihood that GCI will be funded, I really would like to know how, what's the proposed way to not only fund this beyond what we see here, but to sustain it and then take this program aside in general. You know, how comfortable really in a budget season that we don't know are you in starting, you know, sort of starting new programs in general? The last thing I would want to see is to have this kind of program and then it not be sustainable, and then we're talking about lapses in terms of what the students are going through. So I think as this conversation continues, those are very critical questions that have to be answered from a budget perspective, and I'm interested in your perspective on that.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can, you know, you asked some fairly specific, but you also asked some fairly general questions. And let me be clear, you know, these are students that are going to be educated in our school system, whether they're in these schools or whether they're at High Point or Northwestern or Parkdale or Forestville or wherever they are in our school district. And so we'll be paying for their education. It's a question of whether we pay for them in this site or that site. You know, we certainly understand the question about what's going to happen with the state funding and the local funding and those kind of things, and the interrupted funding is something that, you know, we don't want to see either, just like we don't want to start, as we did this year, with 3 Spanish immersion programs and not be able to go to first grade, or not be able to start another kindergarten if we go to first grade. We expanded Montessori, and we just soon not have to cut back to a smaller number. We expanded gifted programs. I mean, all of these things, and so, you know, they're all, you know, a part of the programming that we're doing in our school district to try to meet the needs that we have in front of us. I think that, you know, like a lot of those other programs, this has been a journey. You know, we're at a little bit different place with this journey than some of them, but, you know, you heard Allison speak earlier about how long ago it was that she got involved in this. This conversation began. There were visits from this county to international schools before I arrived here. I got here. I was, you know, I guess briefed on it. It was, you know, there was a discussion. We sent people up again to visit again, and then it was, you know, subsequent to that last visit last year, that Carnegie reached out to us and said, you know, we're interested in having you apply for this grant. You know, we've talked to your folks, we've talked to international schools, Spring Point, all the parties, and invited us to apply for the grant. And we had, you know, we applied for it, and we got the grant. So I think the other piece that we have to understand on the funding going forward, we do a lot of work with grants in our district, and our the respect that people have for our receiving and using grant funding is important going forward for additional grant funding and additional support. And so I just think that we have to have that as a piece of the conversation when we talk about those. So the question of where we go with budget is one that we deal with every single year. I mean, you know, when we went to the Great Recession a few years ago, there were some hard decisions that had to be made about how we proceed and the kinds of things that we do. I believe that in the discussions we're having with the county, we believe that they're going to do the best that they can. You know, they didn't give us quite everything we asked for last year. They may not give us, but we're also looking internally to say what kind of other adjustments, you know, might we be able to make to sustain the directions that we're embarking upon. I think that the state is a real big question right now, as you know, because there's a lot of change in leadership, both at the governor's office and in committee chairs and some other things, and whether GCI gets funded or not, I don't know. It isn't just the governor's decision. We know that. It's also, you know, state leaders. He has a lot of authority in that, in the way he lays that out, but I think it's way early for us to know that, and as we do everywhere, we have to build budgets and go forward with things before we know how we're going to be funded by either the state or the county.
So generally, you feel comfortable that the school district can fund this program in the way it's been proposed, and and I guess I would just say that of course, history doesn't necessarily always repeat itself, but when we were in this very same place, we didn't get GCEI funding for 4 years, and I'm just saying that I think that it's a conversation that it's not a disparaging one; it's a real one that from a budget perspective has to be had.
We are having frequent discussions about funding, not just related to international schools, but it is our intention to try to continue going forward to fund all of the things we've obligated ourselves to. The question is what kinds of, again, internal adjustments we can make, what kinds of help we get from outside, what kinds of support we get from the political establishment.
Mr. Burroughs.
Hi, I want to first thank you both for the work that you've done for a while on this project. I know for a fact that you both will be awesome principals. You're super passionate about this. So I look forward to working with you. A lot of the concerns that you stated that impacts ELL students are absolutely true, right? They're, overwhelmingly a very needy population. When I look at something like this, I'm excited, but I also recognize that this school is max 800 students, this proposal. So I think to myself, okay, it's great. I believe that these 800 students will be successful, but what about the thousands of other students, right? And I've not heard, I've heard phrases like, this is scalable, and that's great. But there's no plan. I've not seen a plan to map out how this is scalable, right? And so while this would be great for those students, you're still leaving, the thousands of other students behind. And if I'm wrong, I would love to be corrected.
Well, you can start if you like,
Okay.
or I'll start.
I'll steal the mic from you. It's a great question, and that's part of what the joy and the thrill of the next few months is that as design leaders and working very closely with all of the partners, and especially with Spring Point, is that we're really looking at how do we map that out. And so we actually have a design team who is coming together the first week of December and looking at schools and planning together and looking at what will it take, one, to start the schools and what will it look like and how will it be different. Additionally, what are some long-term things? So what are some things we're looking at? So one example is the English class, for example. In the international schools, they take all students of multi-levels in ESOL, where traditionally we break them into beginning level, intermediate level, and advanced level, and you put them all together. And it's teaching methods, and it's project-based learning, and so everyone's engaged, and everyone's teaching. The higher learners are teaching the lower learners, and those are things that we're going to have in place as we work with CNI and as we work with our own design team and teachers, putting it into place so that it's going to look differently. But then how do we also become a pilot school so that if it's working, which we hope it is working, and research shows it works, which is why we're on board with this, because the other schools in place are doing this effectively. How can we then be a teaching school for our own district to look at perhaps this is a model to scale into our high schools or into our middle schools? So that's the piece that's scalable and not yet concrete, so I don't have a magic plan to pull out yet, but I hope by 6 months from now we have a magic plan in place that's more concrete. I hope that helps.
And I would just like to add that, again, this is one, as the slideshow said, as a presentation stated, this is just one more option in our menu. So we do lots of things to support kids who are struggling in school. We expanded last year, and there was a cost to that as well. We had Compass Learning credit recovery in some number of our high schools, but not in all of them, not available. And so we expanded that to all of our high schools last year. We have other programs for credit recovery that I know that you're aware of, because we have summer school, we have evening high school, we have, opportunities for kids. We've been talking about a structured Saturday school program. We're not all the way there yet, but expanding those options, for kids is really important for kids who are falling behind. But I'd also say that, again, we're focused on this conversation today. We have lots of different opportunities for kids based on their needs and their desires. Again, we have a school-based, as we do ELL, we have a school-based gifted program for kids. It's different than the center programs, but the parents have that center option too, that choice. We have, for kids who are really interested in science and tech, we have 3 programs, Roosevelt, Flowers, and Oxon Hill High School, I believe, are the right ones. We have international baccalaureate high school programs, which go beyond the traditional. I mean, this is not the only place that we do this to try to give kids additional options for their educational opportunity.
I understand that. I think the difference between those specialty programs is the point is that you have thousands of students that need all of these services, and they also deserve a plan. They also deserve an all-hands-on-deck approach from CASA and other community groups. It's going to be this program will be phenomenal for these 800 students. But for me, I'm not saying that I'm going to support or not support either way. I think about every ELL student. And if this is working well in other places like New York and in Washington, D.C., and they've also been able to scale this to support all of the students in their district, then you should be able to look and see what they did.
Indeed, and that's what we are.
So we are. They're at 15 schools now in New York City, just as an example. They started with one about 30 years ago, and now they're at 15. Right? And they're now in Oakland and San Francisco, and you just heard from Northern Virginia. They've just opened at D.C., 2 here. That's part of the scalability too. But I'm getting a timer. I don't know. No,
I'm not. Yeah,
not this time.
So scalability in 2 parts. So when I'm talking about scalability, I'm not just talking about opening up more schools, but I'm talking about spreading the best practices in those schools to support all students. Yeah. And so that's and if it's working in New York and D.C., then you should be able to point to how that's happened in those districts.
And I'll chime in a little on that one. Coming from the New York City public school system and understanding what has been done with English language learners and actually being a teacher at an English language learner high school, where I would start as a principal is by inviting members of our community to come visit the schools so that on one of our weekly rotations for professional development, that other teachers get the opportunity to come in and observe what's happening, what the interaction looks like and collaboration looks like within our teaching model, so that they can take some of those strategies, bring them back to our schools that already exist, and replicate them across the county.
That's great. That's great, and I hope you do that. I'm looking for something more systematic, right? And then also with the Largo issue, I think that there are communities that have requested this school to be placed in their area. Largo is not one of them. So why not go where you're being requested, And, the PTSA, the community has reservations. Why not go into a school where you can be embraced, what's the...
So the school I think you're referring to, I've met with the folks from there. They have some other parameters that they led with in their conversation that is not necessarily acceptable to me. We haven't ended the conversations there. We've talked about some other alternatives, but we have a whole system. We don't have just this individual school and we want this program, we want that program. I mean, you've heard from Largo that they are looking for programs and wanting programs to come in. They're only 62% enrolled. So when we looked at the placement of all of the specialty programs that we added last year, we talked about where do we have space, where do we have synergy, what kinds of opportunities do we have. Largo is very, very appealing because it's on a bus line. It was a 4A high school with a couple of thousand children in it, and it has hundreds and hundreds less than it used to have some time ago when they built some other high schools and the enrollment, shifts dropped it to about 62%. So this is a program that is going to happen. that does increase their enrollment a good bit above the 62% enrollment. It makes them a lot more viable as a standalone school. I will tell you that it has been more than once that I have been asked by folks in other parts of county government about why we're continuing to support schools that are so poorly enrolled. And so part of our strategy when we placed almost all of the Spanish immersion programs, for example, were because of low enrollment in those schools and the ability to try to attract people to those schools to keep them viable. This is the same thing with Largo. So one of the good things for Largo is that it makes them a lot more viable in terms of going forward and getting away from those conversations about whether it stays open or whether it doesn't stay open. Largo has not been treated differently than the other communities where programs were placed over the last 30 or so years in this county. When the magnet programs first came in here, I don't think that they went and asked permission from all of the individual districts. Some of you have been on this journey in the county as well, but rather they mapped out where are we going with the programs. And so we've looked at north, south, central. We were very strategic. Again, you heard them talk about where the highest percentage of ELL students are in the county. And south of Central Avenue, it's much more sporadic. There's not as good a transportation system at the other high school that we've discussed this with. And again, there's some other interests that school has that's not necessarily aligned with the international high school. Again, we haven't ceased conversations, but we have talked directly with representative of PTA and the school after they sent the inquiry saying that they would be interested in having a conversation. The idea is to include people in the planning as we go forward. You heard them talk about focus groups and other conversations, and we've had meetings with some of the folks aligned with Largo as well, and have talked with them about exploring some of the other interests that they have.
Ms. Boston.
Yeah, let me just add the community college. I think we said that kind of explicitly. It's a walk away, very good opportunity, we think, for the school and for Synergy.
Thank you. I want to say that you very eloquently presented this presentation to us. I really enjoyed your presentation. I understood, a lot of things that you were saying there. One of the questions that I have, I know you're just beginning this stage, just looking at in this planning stage pretty much, but have there been any conversation yet on or have you done research yet on how the children or the students will be selected for this program? So is this just, you haven't gotten there yet, or you're beginning to have that conversation?
That's a great question. And as part of our community focus groups, that's something that will come out of it, where we will gauge what the necessity is, and how we will approach it will come out of that effort. So in a few months, we will be able to have a concrete answer as to how we're going to accept our students into the school.
But it is a choice program. I think we need to be really clear of that piece of how they're going to be selected. We're not drawing a line and saying the kids in this area go to this school. It's a choice area, and the question is, we're not really aligned yet because of the planning with the magnet and other specialty program applications that we have right now. So getting up, and running the first time, and eventually I think it's probably going to end up being aligned with the other programs that we have.
Correct, that's our goal, because we actually are talking with the ESOL middle school chairs this next week, and then we start our focus groups right after that, and that's the 12 focus groups across the district.
Okay, that was my next question.
Absolutely.
Exactly where throughout the county are you going to have individual discussion groups throughout the county?
Yes.
And I understand that it will be a choice program, but even with a choice program and a program such as this, it's like with our middle college. You still have to have specific guidelines and perimeters on even the students that, would be able to be chosen or even be in the lottery or be eligible, I imagine, if it's a lottery process.
Absolutely. The
to
only
get in
criteria
there.
being that you're an English language learner or that you have been an English language learner within the last 2 years.
Okay,
So-
that's what I wanted to know. Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you for your presentation. I think this is a great opportunity for Prince George's County Public Schools in light of the world culture that's changing. And being on the internet, you will have access to be a part of multicultural groups, just being on the internet. So I think the cultural exchange opportunity is open to us. And in putting it in within a school, I want to make sure that you include in your planning that there is a true cultural exchange, that we have the opportunity for the students that are in the general population to learn about the multicultural people that are in this international school. The language, the culture, the history, I think it makes it more real to a student when they can touch a person from Ethiopia or South America and taste the food of that culture. And when they go on and they reach out and they go into their career or their college, it is more real to them. So I think this is a great opportunity for us. On the enrollment piece, I had a question about the enrollment, which was asked, but I think we also have to pay attention to the fact that we do have the multicultural society here in Prince George's County that's getting bigger. Will there be a, for lack of a better term, quota that is being met to make sure that it's not just one-sided or one culture is being accepted into this? I don't know if there will be, 10% from this one place or 20% from another place, or just so that we can make sure that it's truly multicultural and not just one culture is accepted. I don't know how you do that with a lottery or a choice system, but in order for it to be a truly international school, we have to make sure that we welcome all students. So I just want to add that. One of the other questions that was already asked was the focus group. And like my colleague, Mr. Burroughs, mentioned, that some people in the Largo community do not welcome this in their school. What is the process? Can you speak more on what's your goal or your process for having the focus groups or getting their input in this process?
Sure. So I've had several dialogues already with Ms. White, from the Largo PTSA president, as well as with the principal of Largo, and we were starting regular meetings to connect and look at how do we create a plan so that it truly is a collaboration of two schools and we're doing this seamlessly. The other thing is we're reaching out to some of the neighborhood churches. There's a large church that has over 2,000 members, the majority of which are actually Nigerian members, and so that's in the Largo community as well. And we're looking at other groups with CASA, where we're planning out strategically, making sure that we get the representation from the south, the north, and the central part of the county, as well as then focus conversations in the Langley Park area for that school. And so we're looking at going through the 8th grade ESOL network, because again, then we're looking at the English language learners, and that itself pulls from, as you saw with the slide, over 150 different languages and 150 countries and 160 different languages. So it will be working with the interpreting. Having been a part of the ESOL office in the past, it's easy to pick up a phone and make sure I know how to get interpreters there and others and get the word out too.
So we're talking about the enrollment being of students that are already in the system, or students that are new to the system?
We are looking at a combination, which is when you talked about the quota, a quota would really be more about a balance of making sure we have a balance of newcomers and a balance of our long-term ELLs, so that we have a variety of languages represent, a variety of English levels represented in our school. And that's what we're really focusing on. So it will be making sure that we have spots for our 8th graders rolling into 9th grade, as well as leaving some spots open for our newcomers, because we know in the summer, we enroll up to 2,000-3,000 students in the summer. And so looking at how do we target them through the International Student Counseling Office.
And I think, can I just add that I think it's important when we talk about, as she just said, you know, recruiting and and doing the targeted recruitment pieces is important. You know, quotas, as they're often understood in the law, are not a practice. So, you know, we can't set up what you said earlier, you know, I want 10% of here and 10% of there, but rather, you know, we make sure that we're targeting all of the possibilities, you know, of the student population that we're, you know, wanting to attract to the school.
In as we saw in the graph that you displayed about how our students exit out of ELL. My concern is that if we are looking at an 8th grader going into 9th grade and they are going into this international school, but they've been in the systems, you know, since kindergarten, there may be another challenge there that we're dealing with, and it's not the language.
Absolutely.
So when we're looking at the enrollment piece or the requirements for enrollment, I think we have to be mindful of that as well.
Absolutely, and we'll be talking with the dual language assessment team, which is part of special education and works with looking at, is it an issue of language or is it an issue of special education needs? Absolutely.
And as far as enrollment, when will that start specifically? If we're opening in the next school year, will it be a part of the charter school or the lottery, or we don't know that yet?
We'll have an answer for you on that one shortly. We're actually, John Dell is on our list of things to do and calling and connecting with pupil accounting to have that detailed out.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of work to do in a short period of time, so thank you.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I too want to commend you on the very thoughtful presentation. As you gave the characteristics of the school, I thought how important that school would be for all ELL learners and for all learners. I'm very impressed with the focus on cultural issues and social issues, emotional issues, language being at the core, high-quality professional development, and the international network. And I thought how important that would be to the 35% of the 9th graders who have not met proficiency in reading and in English. I do have a few questions, though some of them have been answered. I am concerned about the sustainability of the program and the impact on the budget over time. I am concerned about intra-school discrepancies. I was taken by one of the speakers earlier who spoke to the possibility that the instructional situations could look quite different. You know, in the international school, perhaps the classes will be 12 or 15 or so, and in the regular school, maybe classes will be over 30. The perception of that difference might not work well for the community. And so I just urge the schools to pay attention to any discrepancies that may exist between the two schools. I mentioned the low-performing students and how a school of this type would be very helpful to those learners as well. I wish you well. Some of the issues that I have fall outside of what you're doing. But clearly we're here to serve all of the students. But what you're offering will serve ELLs as well as a lot of our students who are operating at basic level.
You all set?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I have Higgins, Epps, Eubanks, Valentine. Ms. Higgins.
Thank you very much. I echo my colleagues' comments regarding your hard work and dedication to this issue.
Well,
Appreciate it.
You always lobby for us, too.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for all you do in lobbying ELLs as well.
Thanks. I guess my first question has to do with, is this a charter school?
No, this is just like a specialty school, just like the arts school or the immersion schools.
So who are the board members?
You guys are. There's no separate board. There are folks we're using as an advisory group, and the international schools is providing technical support, but there's no separate board for this.
In the original MOU, it talked about it being a separate board.
So I think that's an advisory group. I think that's when we talk with CASA and Spring Point.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I get it right. Spring Point, CASA, Spring Point, international schools, and
Okay.
us.
All right, thank you. Could we look at slide 4?
Is our person there?
Maybe not.
Slide 4?
That's right, yeah. Probably not. Well, actually, my question has to do on
4.
slide 4.
Slide 4, remind us which one that was, sorry.
It was the total ELLs at 19,000.
Okay.
The elementary at 13,000, middle school at 2,600, and the high school at 3,100.
Thank you.
If I understood you correctly, you're saying that students who have been in LLL no later than 2 years, is that correct?
No, so what the slide is capturing, the slide's capturing our current numbers of where everybody is now.
Right.
And the bulk of our students, when you look at our population, actually fall in the kindergarten, first grade level. They're actually U.S.-born students whose parents speak a language other than English.
Right.
They often exit out, and that's what that next slide was with the graph.
Right.
Oh, thank
Right.
you. Awesome. Take us to that next one.
Yeah.
5?
Oh, fine.
Yes, but
Okay, yeah.
let me just interrupt because I want to make sure I pay attention to my time. So the back one on 4, those students, because of the criteria that you're going to use to accept high schoolers, they have to be in the country 4 years or less.
No, we at one point
That
had that
changed
as a
that?
conversation because some of the international schools in New York, that is their criteria, and a few of them, and we had one point considered that, and then we took that away, and the only criteria now is that you're an English language learner or you are reclassified ELL, so you have been an ESOL student within the last 2 years.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely, and we apologize for any confusion on that.
So, is it true that one of the challenges that we have regarding ESOL students is that once they become conversational, being able to ask for a meal or go to the restroom or talk conversationally, they are then considered up to a certain level, even though they don't know, they can't function well in an academic setting?
I wouldn't agree with that, only because what we use is our the WIDA Access, which is the annual test that 39 other states use as well. It might even be higher now. And that's a test that tests them in reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And so you could be a high flyer in speaking, but if you're not a high flyer with the academic language when it comes to the reading and writing, you're not going to test out of ESOL. And that's sometimes where we get our students caught, because teachers think that they're speaking well, they're doing great, why are they in ESOL? And then it's academically, they don't have that background.
So you're saying they can stay in ESOL program?
The ESOL, it's determined by that access test. That's the criteria we in the state of Maryland use, and we use that across all of MSDE. MSD mandates across all of the school districts.
And the access test adequately measures performance of being able to understand academic issues?
It's one of the first ones that I actually applaud. It's not an off-the-shelf test. There used to be other ones that were just random, and this one actually tests students in science, social studies, math, English, and then social interaction. Those 5 skills are measured, so you're actually looking at academic language when you do this assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
I guess my concern, this sounds like it would be a wonderful program. My concern is that it only will impact a very small number of targeted students and targeted immigrant students. So all the other students who might be eligible for this program will not be receiving these services. There's not a similar plan for other students. And since the largest population of our student population is African American, I don't hear anything about a design team for the issues that some of our African American students might have, and worry that there might become a perception of you know, a racial divide as a result of focusing on this small targeted group and not also offering a balance into addressing the needs of some of our other students. I think that we all have the same interests, that we want to make sure that we do all for all our students, and that we have a responsibility to do that. I realize this is my last board meeting, so I won't be weighing in as a board member, but I would look to see that whether we're looking at what our interests are or whether we're all tied into a certain position, that this school is the answer, which may pull the limited resources from really addressing the issue in a broader kind of way. I think that really would benefit from a fuller discussion. I know just yesterday we talked about what the budget picture looks like in Prince George's County. So in Prince George's County last year, the county was a $63 million deficit. Currently, for fiscal year 15, they're looking at a $59 million deficit and are already stating that there looks to be a $55 million deficit for fiscal year 16. And given, again, I think this is wonderful, but we need to have a broad plan so we're not tying up individual resources. We have it through year 3, which is a $6 million commitment, plus the facilities. We've already know what our facilities issue is in terms of an over $2 billion in need, and we're going to then again divert funds. And I mean this very respectfully, but who wouldn't want to be in a high school with 400 students? Ask the parents who are here today for Dwight Eisenhower and what's happening at Dwight Eisenhower. We need to be balanced, and if we're looking at starting this new initiative in the middle when we're about to have financial difficulties, how is that going to be helpful? So, and the report in our, I think my colleague Dr. Anderson just mentioned it, we have 35% across the board, 9th and 10th graders who are not at reading level. So, you know, to start a new initiative for a subgroup of small students, maybe we can take that learning and use that learning and do design teams for all of our students targeting their individual needs. So thank you for all your work. I don't want to be the prophet of doom, but I really do think that we want to make sure that we're using our limited resources in the best way possible. Thanks. And I also would say, apparently, if the board were to decide, there is a part in that MOU that does talk about a 90-day notice if there was to be a termination of the memorandum of understanding. So it's a 90-day notice. I don't know if you want to respond or not.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins.
Ms. Epps?
Thank you so much for your work. Welcome to Prince George's County.
Thank you.
It's a great, I mean, there's no justifiable argument against such wonderful programming. 126,000 students is a lot of students. And it does beg the question that, you know, it's a wonderful opportunity, and why didn't we come up with this idea sooner to address the needs of all of our students? So I'm going to offer this up because I want to, you know, one of the things about boards and governance and things like that is at this level, really, we're supposed to have a 30-foot view. We're supposed to have some vision. So my question is about vision. Yes, we absolutely would be put on the map as one of the first, or if not the first, county in this area, you know, to do something like this in terms of lifting and supporting English language learners in a really special way. We really would be put on the map if we took a stand and said, you know what, this is a global economy. Students are not going to be successful in 21, in the year 2016 and beyond without a second language. They're just not. They're not going to be competitive. They're not going to be marketable. So a vision could be 100% bilingual countywide. Is it expensive? Yes. Is it a lofty goal? Yes. But is it something worth investing in? Absolutely. So I kind of wish we were having that conversation at this juncture. Now, I guess I am willing to entertain and get behind this as the beginning of that conversation, but I haven't heard that. And so moving forward, as I look from the 30,000-foot view that I'm looking at, or from which I'm looking, that's what I'd hope to see. So that at Largo High School, you don't have, and let's be real, because at the end of the day, this is the United States of America with all its warts and difficulties, and at times it's not been the friendliest place to people from other places. And I think that everybody in this room and everybody watching this tape or this video will agree with that. So the question is, how do we innovate under these conditions? And when we think about, just like was said in the comments, because the devil is in the details, and when it gets down to implementation, do you really, really want, or how do you think the students at Largo would feel knowing and seeing their colleagues getting all of this and they get nothing? Mm-hmm. So we just need to make sure that as we implement whatever it is we're going to implement, because let's be real, Carnegie's huge, and it's going to happen. So how do you make sure it doesn't happen? And then the next headline in the news is race riot breaks out at Largo High School. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that we need to have some real conversations about what this means. No. Academics is, of course, the need for the support, of course. But when it gets down to high school students, you have to really think about their day in and day out living with, seeing someone when they've been in the system for so long that has failed them, or the successes have been spotty, and then all of a sudden, all the adults seem to work it all out for one group of students.
And can I, sorry, just to dispel the myth that the numbers are not accurate, and maybe we need to work on getting some clear numbers out there, because we're not looking at classes that are 10 to 12. And we're not looking at it shifting resources. And so that's how, the conversation, exactly like you said, you're hitting it right on the nail, and I agree with you, we need to keep it real. So we need to have more dialogue together, back and forth, so that we're aware of what it really means, that we're looking at a classroom of similar size, so that we're looking at a group of students. It's just being done differently.
Yeah, but you have to understand, we haven't had the conversation about solving the broader issue.
Absolutely.
So in a lot of ways, this is kind of what you're coming into, but
no problem.
it goes to a like I said, a broader vision.
Absolutely. And
so I hope that as we're rolling this out, that we do have a broader conversation about 100% by, that the goal for Prince George's County is to make sure that there is that kind of cross-cultural sharing of, the human experience, because every issue that you laid out for students who are coming from other countries is happening every single day to students born right here in Prince George's County. And so I just want to make sure that we get the vision out there on the table so that we have something to work toward.
And that's where I hope we can open the dialogue together.
Thank
because
you.
Even things like at Largo, where we're getting support with CASA, we're looking at the models of how they do it in New York, where 7 schools are sharing one building together.
Right.
And so at the same time, they often share some of those supports. So when we have wraparound services for our students at the international school at Largo, we're going to have a conversation with the principal at Largo too around how can we support your students, so that, because they're all our students. We're all
right,
working
but keep
for the
in
same
mind,
goal.
at this point today, you don't have the support of Largo. So
Of all of Largo.
it's a matter of what happened when. I mean, yeah, now we're
Thank
going to
you.
do this, but I'm saying a year ago.
Thank you.
So I just, I get that you're acknowledging that and moving forward. I totally understand. But again, I think that level of thoughtfulness moving forward, it needs to happen on the front end as opposed to in the back or when, when people react to it.
Okay.
Thank you. But thank you for all your hard work and certainly for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm up. And let me say from the time that that I proudly voted for this project, I remain as excited about it as ever. We have said when we brought Dr. Maxwell on that we wanted bold, innovative leadership, we wanted change. We all know that everyone wants change until you change something. Then things get a little shaky. So there's definitely uphill battles with it, but I mean, when you talk about something that is research proven, that has models of practice, that has data up the yin-yang, that proves that it works, then it's exciting to say, frankly, I've been in education for a long time. There's been a lot of programs that we made it up because it sounded like a good idea. And let's try it and let's throw it in there. And we have something here that actually is proven that it can move the needle for us, and that matters. And I think that there's some real legitimate concerns we need to address. Part of it, hey, let me be honest, part of this debate that I've heard over the last several months, certain tenets of it, bothers me and kind of disturbs me greatly. We are one county. We have one group of students. Every one of our students matters. And there's and a tenor that somehow we are making an attempt to pit certain students against one another, it bothers me. We are incredibly diverse system. And the programs that we offer are incredibly diverse. We have a lottery, and we turn away hundreds and thousands of people every year in the lottery. Why? Because we have dozens of specialty programs, every single one of which can only serve a certain number of students. And so we turn students away from things that they might need or want or desire every day. It's the nature of our system. And this is no different other than the fact that it's doing what we've asked for, continuing to increase the choice of our community and continuing to give people options and continuing to put things that will move the needle in student achievement in Prince George's County. So that's incredibly important. Now, the challenge for us is how we do this and how we get it right. And I think we have some important challenges in that regard. So there are a couple of key questions that I certainly, as a board member, want to feel comfortable with. The first is that at some point, whether it's when the budget is developed or at some point, that we see a real clear delineation of costs for this project, whether it's that are per pupil, that include issues around the facilities issues that we still don't have answers to, that we got to figure out how we do this in a way that's going to be reasonable and fair. Every project that we put in place has significant startup costs. Of course, we're going to put more money in this in the beginning. That's what when we build a school, we don't wonder why the school costs so much money in the beginning, right? I mean, that's an iterative process, so we need to look at that. But I want to see those costs, and I want to see them done. The second one that I want to at least make sure we keep on the table is, as we're doing this process and with all these questions, that we always keep some idea of an iterative process. So I'd ask Dr. Maxwell, if we were doing this only one school next year rather than two, how would you do it, and what would the issues and challenges be if we went in that direction?
So I think that, we're in the design year, and I know that references have been made. If we talked to people a year ago, we didn't have a grant a year ago. We didn't get the grant awarded until the end of June, beginning of July. I think the press conference that we had was somewhere around July 15th or something like that. So we haven't been at this. we've been at talking to Carnegie and those kind of things, and talking to international schools and visiting schools for a few years, but we weren't in the game until more like July of last year. So we're not 6 months into this yet. And so I think it's just important to kind of keep that perspective. And you just appointed these two wonderful principals 6 weeks ago, maybe somewhere around there. So I think that as we go forward, I mean, right now you're correct. We're having a facility question, particularly in the Langley Park area where we wanted to have the second site. And there are still conversations going on, but there is no answer to that. And if we get, a little farther into this year and we don't find a solution, then the funders, we can go back and talk to them, but we just don't want to make a unilateral. I don't think we should make a unilateral decision that we're just going to go in a different direction than what we were funded to do. We were funded to open 2 schools, and so I think that should we get ourselves down the road a little bit farther and we still can't find the right solution in time to really make things happen, because if we assume that we're going to find if we make an assumption or a hope that we're going to have a building, we're going to have some work that we're going to have to do in order to open, and so timelines get in the way here. And at some point, we're going to have to either say we're in, or we're going to have to slow down but not stop as we continue to look. There are other alternatives too. None of them are pretty, but there are examples of, again, as we talk about over time, we can talk about whether we share space in a different kind of way than we currently have envisioned. So we're having a few of those conversations about what other alternatives might be there. But, again, I think that the steps would be, if we ultimately come to a place where we don't think we have a solution for the second school, then we're going to have to talk to our partners and get their concurrence and some agreement that the 3-year grant could be 3 years for the first site and 4 years for some kind of arrangement about the financing and those kind of things, because again, we're not in this by ourselves.
So, but I would assume that there's at least some level of openness and flexibility in our partnership, that as we move forward, that we could work with these partners, work with our funders and our partners. If we get to a point where we can't do this and do it right, then we might be able to slow it down and still kind of revisit the grant.
I think as long as they understand that we're still working on it, that we're
As
still
long as they
interested,
understand
that
we're
we're
still
still
serious
moving forward.
Right.
If, on the other hand, some of these other conversations that we've heard today are in a different place, then they're gonna question their investment.
Right. All right. Great. Thank you. And again, thank you for doing a great job in setting all this up. I think that it's part of the plan to move this county forward. And to make sure that we offer each and every one of our students a top-notch education. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Valentine.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
It's always good we're always great by choice.
Can't help it,
You haven't seen my jacket? It's always good to see another returned Peace Corps volunteer. A couple of things. I am not of the mind that if we cannot help everybody, that we shouldn't help anybody. I am not of the mind to ignore the information I've seen or the videos that you presented to us that demonstrate that this is not a school built for only one group of people. And I'm not of the mind that they're doing nothing at Largo High School now. I come to this position unique to everybody on the board, and I'll be quite honestly and very transparent. My wife is the assistant principal at Largo High School, so I take this home with me literally every day. And after we move on to the next topic on this board, I will still be wrestling with this every day. So you will hear from me one way or another. Change brings about uncertainty. And uncertainty to many people promotes and creates rumors about change. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. I had a chance to visit the LaGuardia Community College in New York and was surprised to see the level of diversity in the school. There were students from all 7 continents there, speaking a number of languages. I met students from Poland, I met students from the the Czech Republic. I've met students from India, from China, from Korea, from Puerto Rico, from Haiti, from Nigeria. And as someone who has traveled to over 30 countries, it's always good to see schools coming together and bringing people together. I was also, again, very happy to see the opening video you have, which demonstrated that there are a number of students who will potentially enter this school, again, who represent the diversity in our system. So again, I think that's a good thing to demonstrate to the community that this is not what people perceive it to be. So the questions I have are around what happens when you bring two schools together. And the LaGuardia Community College, which is which are two schools in one building. So I was happy to be there and to see that. And one of the questions I asked the principal is, how do you all interact with the other school? How do you all share resources? What does that look like? And I was glad to hear that they do it almost seamlessly. The question was not brought up. It did not seem as if it was nearly as controversial as we make it out to be. But my question to you is, how do you envision, if we were to confirm the Largo post, interacting with the current or future principal in that space, and how you are working together to co-locate? And secondly, I think my question is to Ms. Golson around, I know there's anticipated construction to Largo High School that was actually in the pipeline even before consideration for the school was done. What will Largo High School look like? Both the potential area which will be housing the ELL school, but also the current location where current students are located. I think giving parents and teachers a sense of what that will look like physically will answer a lot of the questions and dispel a lot of the rumors and innuendo about us creating two unequal systems within the school.
I'll answer about the classrooms. It's a renovation of, I want to say, 5 classrooms. And those classrooms, the school will still look the same. Renovation is the interior, and it's 5 classrooms. And those 5 classrooms are not specifically for the international school. They were already in the pipeline and will be used for Largo High School. And the kind of U-shaped pod that will be used for international school currently has our secondary school reform staff in that space.
And my understanding is the secondary school reform staff are relocating somewhere else?
Correct.
And those renovations are how old to the secondary school? Those are pretty recent?
The renovations were part of our FY15 approved CIP budget.
I mean, to the secondary school reform, to the U-shaped piece. I thought those were actually...
I'd have to go back and look at that. But we're moving them to an office.
Okay. So again, what do you see as how you're going to coordinate with the existing staff at Largo? Is there a plan to take maybe some of the Largo administrators over to T.C. Williams or to D.C., just to sort of a caveat? We would not be the first school in the region with these schools. We'd actually be the third. Right. So as much as I think we would like to be breaking new ground, being third is not good as being first, but it's still better than being fourth. But how are you going to be interacting with how you are working with the other side of the school to demonstrate to them, again, that this is how it's working in T.C. Williams, in Washington, D.C., or any other, or maybe taking them to LaGuardia for a day trip? What would that look like?
Absolutely. So I've been over there a few times between June and now, as I was a part of the grant team, and I've had the opportunity to work with Angelique as well as with Ms. Smith. And we actually have brainstormed several things, everything from concerns to some brainstorms around how do we talk to the students around it, how do we talk to the staff. So everything from, first of all, starting with her leadership team, secondly, talking with her teachers, and then also looking at how do we bring this to the students, and whether we go into English classes or we go into others, to have conversations around what does it look like with students coming in and how do we share it. And so it's sort of mini focus groups within the school. We do have the funding if we wanted to go to New York, and that was something people wanted to do. That would be an option. We also could easily do the drive down to Alexandria. And so I know we've got the support of internationals to make that happen. We've talked about the common space, and we still have many dialogues ahead in terms of what will that look like? What will it look like to share the cafeteria? What will it look like to share the gymnasium? Will there be shared teachers initially or not? And making sure that it is equitable and it's balanced and it's fair and everyone has buy-in.
My last question is around the bell.
Could I just on that piece, just in terms of the work, there were some concerns that we've been discussing with some of the folks from the Largo community about the other kids that are already in the school, and we've talked to them about we haven't finished designing this, but to include students who are currently enrolled at Largo or will be enrolled at Largo as a matter of boundary. To talk about what kinds of benefits can accrue to them. I mean, there was a conversation with the PTA president, for example, about whether additional language programs. I think there's a misperception sometimes that the kids are coming in, they're going to be speaking Spanish. In fact, they're going to be speaking English primarily in these classes, and you certainly have seen the school. But whether or not there's a potential, synergy for some dual language programs at the high school that would benefit, current Largo students. If we do some work as they did at LaGuardia with the community college, could we include some of the current Largo or future Largo students, again, boundary students, in those kind of conversations? And the answer to those questions is all yes. And so I just want, as we talk about, that seamless merging and things, those conversations are underway because the planning isn't finished. But I'm personally engaged in a conversation with the community college, and I know that they're engaged in some conversations with the community college. And then, again, the language piece are things that we're certainly interested in talking about going forward.
My final question was around the bell schedules. It's kind of in the weeds, but the average parent wants to know what's it going to look like when my child starts school, which entrance are folks going to be using. Also questions around athletics. Are these students going to be part of the basketball team, soccer team, football team? Things that may seem tedious to us, but I think parents see those things as part of sort of a quality of life experience for their children. So if you aren't there, I would appreciate an update. But if you are sort of thinking around the logistics of the bell schedule, bus schedules, I would appreciate feedback on that.
And I appreciate the list you're giving us, and that's adding on to the conversations we need to have. And so that's very helpful, and I'm up for suggestions on how we can move forward on this. In terms of the bell schedule, that was something that was expressed initially, and we are likely not to have bells in our school, only because, again, we've seen that in the other internationals where there's multiple schools in one building, and that the internationals, we just get them on a sort of thinking like a college student, that you're aware of what time you start and what time you end, and we will work around the bells, because I know the last thing we want is multiple sounds going off and interrupting what's currently happening at Largo.
So my question is, so a student A who's enrolled at ELL, would he or she be riding the same bus as a Largo High School student if they live in the same community, or would there be a separate bus taking them back and forth to school?
Those are great questions, and those are all going to be determined as we look at with the team and the community around, will we be starting at the same time, or will we have a separate start time, and then how do we work with transportation, who does a phenomenal job of making sure we do it effectively in the most cost-effectively way. So I don't have those answers yet, but I look forward to. Those are all dialogues to have.
Okay, and one.
Can I Ms. Golson would like to.
Just want to interject.
Oh, sure.
If they decide to start at the same time, it will be the same bus.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense.
If they live in that boundary. If they're coming from somewhere else, obviously they'll be on a different bus.
And we have students coming from as far south as Fort Washington to attend. My cousin goes to school there. The second sort of set of questions are, I guess, around Langley Park. Our position and the idea that would we have to, what the cost associated with that would be if we are going to be, procuring an entire building, renovating other buildings, and sort of where we are in the process of identifying that space.
That would actually depend on what facility we were able to find and what it already had inside the facility, and if that facility already had any educational specs that it met as required by the state, or if we would have to do renovations to meet those requirements.
Is there a budget limit for that? Are we setting a cap on what we're looking for and saying we're going to a real estate agent saying we want something because this is our cap?
we're always going to be mindful of the financial component of it, and we're not going to pick the most expensive building, but we're also looking to find a space in that area.
All right, I don't see any other requests in for around, so that concludes the questions that we have for now. Obviously, there's still a whole lot more work to be done, and we trust that as that's done, you will be in regular communication with the board to keep us updated about this. There is no secret, as is based by the feedback that we've got so far, that there's great interest in this throughout the community. And so we, as board members, must be armed with the absolute most up-to-date information about where we are with every level of decision-making in this project, and we need that for us to be effective as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Great job.
All right. We still got other stuff, right? Okay. We're not done? I can't go home? All right. We have, but the consent agenda, two proclamations. I'll now yield the floor to Dr. Maxwell for an introduction of items 6.1 and 6.2 under the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Eubanks. Items 6.1 and 6.2 are before the board for approval of proclamations commemorating the Great American Smokeout and School Psychology Awareness Week.
May I have a motion to approve items 6.1 through 6.2 under the consent agenda? It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. That motion carries. Let me say this about my committed school psychologists, who some might notice are still here.
Yes, they are.
Because we, you know, we have such a full agenda that we tend to, when we do these things, we stop and we have pictures, and I told them it's really a tight agenda, and so we can't do that. So they committed to stay through this until the end, so that they can take pictures with us. Number one, just thank you, and that's some torturous agreement that you made that you made there, and we appreciate that. So we're going to keep our best faces ready for you. Thank you. Okay. All right. 7.0, budget consent agenda. Please, I'll now yield the floor to Dr. Maxwell for an introduction of items 7.1 through 7.14 on the budget consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Eubanks. Items 7.1 to 7.14 before the board for approval for the following expenditure requirements for December 2014 and January 2015. Fiscal year 15 appropriation reassignments, final acceptance and payment for the work at Kenmore Middle School, Isaac Gordine Middle School, Thurgood Marshall Middle School, Vansville Elementary School, and Gwen Park High School, an award for a construction contract for Chapel Forge Early Childhood Center, and adjustment to a claim for renovations of the Surrattsville High School band room, additional services for renovations at Glen Arden Woods Elementary School and Tool Grove Elementary School, and change orders for work at Greenbelt Middle School and Edward Fallagee Elementary School.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve items 7.1 through 7.14? Do you want to pull any of them, or you just want the question? Okay. So let me start with a motion to approve those items, please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move the approval of 7.1 through 7.14.
It's been moved. May I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Anderson, you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. Yes, Ms. Williams. Yes, time's up. Everybody go home.
We've been having a lot of discussion about the board agenda items, and a lot of discussion with Sarah Woodhead's group.
Yes.
And I just privately thanked her, but I wanted to publicly thank her because we're moving in the right direction. They've added the budget review information, which helps us to monitor, track, and act with some informed information to move forward. So I just wanted to thank her, because this is a step in the right direction to provide us with the information that we need in order to approve the agenda items.
May I just support that, Mr. Chair?
All right, none of all this agreeable stuff around here. What's going on?
This way,
All right.
thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, Mrs. Wilson, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Dr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Burroughs. Mrs. Epps. Ms. Eubanks.
Aye.
Ms. Higgins.
Aye.
Mrs. Jacobs. Mr. Valentine.
Aye.
Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Boston.
Aye.
Dr. Eubanks.
Aye.
9 ayes.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are moving on to item 9, governance unfinished business, second readers, right? And I'll now yield the floor to Dr. Maxwell for an introduction of items 9.1 through 9.5 on second readers.
Thank you, Dr. Eubanks. Items 9.1 to 9.5 are before the board for approval of the following: the 2015 legislative platform, the 2015-16 school year calendar, and renewal of contracts for Excel, Imagine Foundations Morningside, and Imagine Lincoln Public Charter Schools.
Thank you. Mr. Burroughs, did you want to pull them and take them? We might want to take 9.1 separately. Is that what we're doing?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. All right. Without objection, can we take 9.1 separately and do 9.2 to 9.5 first and come back to that?
It's fine,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. If there's no objection, we will entertain a motion to take 9.2 through 9.5, a motion to approve. It's been moved. May I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion about approval? Mr. Valentine.
Thank you. I know I saw the director of our charter school office here. I wanted to ask her feedback on the assessment of these 3 schools that we are approving today.
He's asking about the charter schools.
We are seeking to approve 3 renewed 3 charter schools. I just wanted to get some feedback on how we came to the determination to renew these schools and where these schools compare with other schools with similar populations in our county.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. The process by which we make a determination or recommendation to the CEO for approval or denial of the extension of a charter agreement is founded on merits of an application for review, a site visit conducted by content specialists and experts in the Division of Curriculum Instruction, and also an external member from the review team. We conduct a full-day visit, and the recommendations are based on a cumulative review of performance over the term of the charter agreement. Your second question was, and how are the charter schools performing in reference, in relationship to the other traditional schools? A comparison analysis was done based on the one bed of information that we have that is equal to all schools, which was MSA scores. When a reflection was done on the MSA scores, it was determined that the charter schools are performing at or above the level of some of our traditional schools. In one case where there's been one school that has been traditionally kind of lagging, there is definitely a picture, a data story showing that this school is showing growth and consistent growth over the past 2 years.
Thank you. My last question, in your assessment, is there any consideration given to parent feedback and any survey given to how parents feel they're being served by the charter school?
One of the components of the site visit is that we do have focus group interviews, not only with staff members, but we talk with parents, We talk with the administration, we talk with the governing board, and we talk with students at an appropriate age. So we get feedback from each one of those focus groups.
And lastly, I understand one of the proponents of charter school is that they will be able to leverage additional resources from non-school system parties. Is that something that you all also use when assessing the renewal, their ability to garner resources above and beyond what we supply on a per pupil basis?
We do look at their sustainability and contingency plan, and there is a gap between one group and another, but for the most part, they are all maintaining solvency in the areas of finances.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Chair Eubanks, I've completed my questions. Chair Eubanks, I'm completing.
Dr. Anderson. Aye. Mr. Burroughs.
Aye.
Ms. Epps. Aye. Ms. Eubanks. Aye. Ms. Higgins.
Aye.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Aye.
Mr. Valentine.
Aye.
Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Boston.
Aye.
Dr. Eubanks.
Aye.
Thank you. 10 ayes.
Thank you. The motion carries. We'll now move to 9.1 of the legislative platform. I know already that we have at least some questions and or some revisions that are being recommended. So we want to start with a motion or go? Let's check with the. Well, let me entertain a motion and then I'll take amendments after that. Why don't we?
I have several.
Okay. All right. We'll do those. Let's then wait for the motion. Let's
So moved.
take amendments. It doesn't matter. We'll take amendments and then we'll move. It's okay. We'll do it that way. I don't think it matters. So folks who have questions, suggestions, or amendments, please do ring in, because I know we've had some discussion about this. It's worth saying we had we didn't quite get to quorum, but the Policy Review Committee had a good meeting and try to talk about some things, and a couple of folks have some suggestions as a result of that. So let's go with Mr. Burroughs and Ms. Boston.
Colleagues, I'd like to make an amendment to the legislative platform to add our support for shifting the burden of proof in special education related matters. Currently, if there's a dispute between a parent and the school district, it is the parent's responsibility to prove that their child needs the special education service. What that does is essentially force parents to go out and have to hire an attorney or an advocate, and also take their child to Children's Hospital or Howard University. And most parents can't afford to do that. I held a special education listening session a few weeks ago, and about 135 parents attended. And one of the parents got on the microphone and asked the audience, how many of you have had to hire an attorney or an advocate? And about 80% of the room raised their hand. And then the second question was, how many of you had to go out and pay Children's Hospital, Howard University, or Kennedy Krieger, or other outside agencies to prove that your child needs services? And once again, 80% of the parents raised their hands. And what that tells me is that parents who can't afford these services, parents who can't afford attorneys, fight and eventually get the services for their students. But as we know, there are thousands of students with special needs in our district. Not every parent can afford to mount a defense against a school district this large. And so I would ask that we consider supporting shifting the burden of proof. It's happening right now in New Jersey, New York, Nevada, Connecticut, Illinois, and Delaware in all different ways. And so I'm not set on any particular model or any specific language in law, but at the very minimum, we need to be, the General Assembly needs to discuss this because, it makes no sense. Every child deserves a high-quality education, and it should not depend on if your parent can or cannot afford a lawyer or an advocate. So I'd like to move that amendment to add that to our legislative agenda, and I'd appreciate a second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you have specific language, Mr. Burroughs?
We talked about, Dr. Eubanks and I talked about this before the meeting, and it is my preference to say that we support shifting the burden of proof, but if there is some reservation among my colleagues with that, then I'm okay with language that says we support shifting the burden of proof, and we support that conversation happening in Annapolis, whether it's in a task force, to head in that direction. Because our students absolutely deserve it, regardless of how much it costs. Because at the end of the day, I know that's the argument. This is expensive. Of course it is expensive, but we can't afford not to do it. We have students in our special education department day after day being lost, falling through the cracks. And so I don't believe we can afford not to do it. And so I'm okay with either version, but for the motion, I would say we support shifting the burden of proof. Conversation, we should support shifting burden of proof, and moving in that direction, regardless of. You can fluff the language however you want, but the point is, whatever will pass is what I'll accept. But we need to do it.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification: are we going to be voting on each of the amendments separately? Because I understand we're in discussion now, right? Because we've already moved and seconded the vote on the.
You said Mr. Chair.
Oh, he asked the chair. Oh, you're the chair.
I was curious because I know
whatever Ed said,
I anticipated we'd vote on each amendment because they're separate, but I was wondering how the process of doing it. That's all.
Each amendment.
I'm going to recommend that we do take them separately. Yes, it's been moved and seconded. Right, I'm just looking for language. Right. So the question was, are we going to vote on each amendment separately? And the answer is yes. Dr. Maxwell, and then comments, Jacobson, FCU on this amendment? Okay.
So I am opposed to that change. I'm sorry. I'm opposed to that change, and I'm going to ask Mr. Margulies to speak to some of the legal merits of it. But I would also just note for my own clarity that it's interesting that we can't afford to not do some things for some groups of children, but we can afford not to do it for other groups of children. The budget considerations are the budget considerations. Just they are, and you can't, we were arguing a few minutes ago that we can't afford to do things for one group of children, and here it's like it doesn't matter what it costs, it just has to be done. We can't afford not to do it. And I just question the sort of the logic of that conversation. But I would say that this is a very complicated issue. It's been before the state before. There have been legal pieces to that, and I think there's some question about how much those districts that you mentioned are actually paying in addition to what they used to pay, and whether or not some of those are affordable. There is a whole legal process for special education, from identification to services to appeal processes and mediations, and it represents not the majority, maybe the majority that you're listening meeting, but not the majority of special education parents across districts in the country. Mr. Margulies, could you speak, please?
Lest it appear, Mr. Burroughs, that I am anti-parent or special ed parent, I assure you I am not. It is a very complicated issue. And as Dr. Maxwell said, it's been before the General Assembly many years in a row. And it's been there ever since the Supreme Court addressed this issue in a case that came out of Montgomery County, Schaefer versus Weiss, that I had been involved with when I was working in Montgomery County, and the case was decided by the Supreme Court in 2005. And it definitely addressed this very issue of burden of proof, because before the Supreme Court addressed that issue in 2005, it was unsettled as to whether or not any party particularly bore that burden of proof. And what the Supreme Court basically decided in that case was the moving party to seeking a change, whether it's the school system or the parent, bears the burden of proof. What have been initiatives in the General Assembly ever since was to put the burden of proof in every instance on the school system, irrespective of whether or not the school system was the moving party. Now, all 24 school systems and the Maryland Association of Boards of Ed have opposed that legislation ever since. I have here the resolution from MABE from the most recent General Assembly session at your conference in October, who continues to reiterate that. Now, the bill this most past year, House Bill 1198, had language in there to, again, put the burden of proof always on the school districts. House Bill 1198 did pass the House, didn't pass the Senate in the last couple of days, but the burden of proof provision was stripped out of House Bill 1198 in order to get that bill past the House with other provisions involving special ed. One of the reasons it didn't pass that provision was because there was a special ed commission working at the state on a whole panoply of special education issues, including due process. Now, that commission issued its report in June 30th, 2014, and there had been a recommendation to change the burden of proof along the lines you were suggesting, and that was voted on and failed in June to recommend to the General Assembly session. I think it really is best at this point not to have our board go on record what will be adverse to the interests of our school system. I'm not suggesting you take a position adverse to parents. I'm suggesting the Supreme Court came down on the right side, namely, if the school system is the moving party, the school system should have the burden of proof. But if the parent is the moving party, whether it's in a tort litigation or a special ed litigation, they should have the burden of proof. One of the reasons the General Assembly defeated the legislation is because there's been many other bills passed by our General Assembly in recent years to level the playing field. It changed the number of days in which school districts have to give documents over to parents in advance and other things to be fair to parents. And I'm in favor of that. I just don't know why the burden of proof has to put always
thanks.
on a part.
Thank you, Dr. Markley. So I just want to, before we go on for my own clarity, I got one list of folks who for amendments and another to speak on this amendment. So I just want to make clear. So yours is for amendment, Ms. Boston? Mm-hmm. And Higgins and Jacobs, are you on the list to make amendments as well? Both, right, okay. Right, comment on this one and amendments. Just comments? Anybody else to make amendments? And Dr. Anderson, thank you. All right, now, and to make sure I'm right then, to speak on this amendment, I have Jacobs, Epps, and Higgins. Ms. Jacobs. And Dr. Anderson, are you to speak on the amendment? Oh, no, okay, yours is to make, right, yours is to make amendment. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So on this particular issue.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yes, you're right.
Oh, okay. So, you know, I'm going to start off by just speaking from the legal hat. So to what, so this piece of legislation or something like this has come up like year after year. And I think the question that, so I support Mr. Burroughs, the idea and the thought that we have to support parents in this issue. I think there could be some unintended consequences relative to the burden of proof because parents still have to be able to, you know, to make their case, even if it's on the school district. But I'll say that to say this. What I think is really appropriate when you look at our school district and look at the years that we have been either under MSDE review around special education and have come out of MSDE compliance review under special education and then continue to be monitored by the State Department of Education, I think the real issue here, if we're speaking for Prince George's County, I'm not speaking to any other district, but I think the real issue here is that we have to make sure there's accountability. I know that doesn't necessarily sit well sometimes in terms of what that looks like. And I don't know what the language could ultimately be, but what I would suggest is that through the policy committee that we create for however long, it could sunset, it could whatever, but I would suggest that through the policy committee we create something that says to the administration, this is the kind of review we want to see. Specifically, for example, I testified in the District of Columbia around special education, and they used Maryland's law as the example of what the District of Columbia wanted to go to. But it's fine to have something on the books, but if you're not then meeting the needs of parents, then that's a problem. And so that's not to disparage our special education, the educators who are working hard, but we have to own and acknowledge that we do have some issues in special education that must be dealt with from the parent's perspective. And not just the parent's perspective, the children who need those services. So having said that, I think, I'm not taking a position in opposition to the services. I'm simply saying that I think as a district and through our policy committee, we might could work together with a process that we would call special education accountability, and over the next, set it in place for, for a 3-year period. This is what the board would like to see from the administration relative to reports that show how many times did we meet the criteria of providing the information to parents in that 5-day time period. How many times did we meet the criteria or not in the sessions where parents were actually not just sitting there feeling like they were just, a bump on a log as opposed to being actively engaged. And I think there's an opportunity to do that at the local level, and then do a report at the end of that 3-year period that says this is where we started, and based on this accountability that we put together for 3 years around special education, this is where we ended up. And I would hope that no one could disagree that holding ourselves accountable and actually sort of looking at it in a piecemeal way, I would hope no one would disagree to that, because all we're saying is we want to hold ourselves accountable and shine a light, if necessary, on the areas that we need to improve.
Ms. Epps.
I just had a question for Mr. Burroughs. You mentioned that you had like several hundred or 100 or so parents at your listening session for special education. Were any members of the General Assembly there?
Yes, Senator C. Anthony Muse was there.
Oh, just the one?
Just one, yes.
Okay. And there were other listening sessions too?
Yes.
I was just wondering, were there members of the General Assembly at any of those, to your recollection?
I can speak to, well, no, there wasn't a member of the General Assembly at the listening session that was held in District 5, but I share in Mr. Burroughs' in terms of how parents were feeling like whether or not their needs were being met. So I understand that and see that was definitely an issue.
Yeah, it would be interesting to work jointly with, members to, really kind of help understand the issue from that perspective. I think that would help them in their deliberations. And I know when I used to work for the General Assembly, they spent time like during the summers and things like that as special committees or doing field trips and that kind of thing, so that they can understand the issues a lot better as they deliberated. So,
I know this isn't a back and forth, but can I just say that I don't disagree with you, but I think when you're talking about the General Assembly and the history that we already have of this bill being put in, to get a legislator to do it and then it actually passes is very different than Prince George's County saying, this is what we are going to make sure we do as a district. That way, whether it gets through the General Assembly or not, we have as a board decided with the administration, this is a way that we can still make sure there's accountability for our parents.
No, I absolutely agree to that. I don't think that it's an either or. I think it's absolutely a both and. Thank you.
Ms. Higgins?
Yes, thank you. I also was part of the listening tour opportunity for parents with special education students, and I think combined with all the 3 listening tours, sessions, we probably had over 200 parents participating in it. And the theme was very compelling. The comments made were very impassioned. Understanding that we have 14,000 special education students, and so percentage-wise, if over 200 came, there are parents certainly who feel that they are being well served by the special education services provided by Prince George's County Public Schools, but the themes were consistent. The themes were consistent of disrespect, of not following IEPs, of regular teachers in general education not even knowing that there was an IEP or that they were bound by the IEP, really completely ignoring parents in terms of that. One mom talked about it took her 5.5 years to get the appropriate services for her son, and during that time she overheard one teacher telling another, "Oh, you don't have to worry about him at all, he's as dumb as rocks." And that wasn't the only kind of comment that was made about this. So whether it's shifting the burden of proof, whether that also involves, we have to do better. We have a responsibility for these students. And then following up on Dr. Maxwell's comment, I certainly think that we have a responsibility to all of our students, and so making sure that the resources are balanced in regards to attending to that. And these representatives of over 200 parents and 14,000 students certainly are deserving of our attention. So I'm in support of Mr. Burroughs' motion and am fine with changes that would make it more effective. I also appreciate Ms. Jacobs' comments about holding us as a system responsible. And I wonder if one of the first pieces could be having an exit survey with the parents after they finish each individual school's 504 or IEP. And lastly, when you read the comments from the parents in terms of what they thought about this process, I can't tell you what humble people they were. Time and time again on that forum, thank you for listening. So they really even appreciate very minimal amount of attention to this issue. So thank you very much.
All right, let me go next and ask this quick question, Mr. Burroughs. So, would you consider? We talked briefly about this, and I think that this is an incredibly important issue. I'm very glad that you brought it up. I'm not sure I'm ready with the amount of information and the amount of time we've spent on this to really be able to vote on putting something in a legislative platform. Would you consider an idea that, like Ms. Jacobs put out as a friendly amendment, that we vote here to remand the issue to the policy committee to craft a policy explicitly around special education accountability?
Absolutely. Ultimately, I support shifting the burden of proof. There's not a week that goes by that I'm not stopped by a parent in a grocery store or at a community meeting or at early voting talking about, or when I go home at night, I talk to my own mom about the troubles in dealing with the special education department and services in the school district. So clearly, we have to improve. And so I would absolutely take that as a friendly amendment to that the policy committee will review a policy or resolution to address accountability in the special education department. I will announce that, as you know, and I know Erica Berry, our executive director, knows, that actually is in this book. There is a proposal that we will be discussing on the 20th. I'm authoring a piece that would require an external audit of our special education department so that we have experts providing feedback on what policies we need to change. And so I'm more than happy. It seems that your amendment and Ms. Jacobs' amendment is in line with my original thinking. So I'm perfectly okay with accepting that.
So does the person who seconded it, do I need to see if you're okay with that?
Thanks.
Yes, so now you want to debate your friendly
No,
amendment?
I don't want to debate it, but I do want to say this. I think there was a point made earlier, which this topic is a really good one. So, for example, if our delegation, if someone does introduces a bill that's specific to special education, that's one that I think we should bring back
to us,
and see what it says, and then, there's another opportunity to have the conversation because it may be different than what we're used to seeing over the years, but I would ask that something relative to special education be brought back specifically.
So we're on then a revised amendment that we remand to our policy committee. We don't have to, but we don't have to, but I want, you feel better if we actually
Oh, absolutely.
take action?
Yep.
I would guess that, so we don't have to, but let's do it. Let's vote on it, that there is okay.
Yep.
Could
Yeah,
you
so
want
I
to
move-
restate it, please?
Yep. I move to remand the issue of special education accountability to the Policy Review Committee with the expectation that the committee will work on a resolution or policy to improve the special education services for the students of the district.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Boston, on an amendment to the policy,
I'd like to make two recommendations. One is, I think it's page number 6 on our legislative platform sheet, is the one that the board support the increased resources and time to assist with implementation of the Common Core assessments, including support of additional professional development and planning. And the other one is,
wait a minute, let's take one.
Okay.
We'll take one at a time. Read it.
Read it again?
Did everyone hear it? Go.
I recommend that the board support.
And this is an additional bullet on page 6 under legislated curriculum
The
and testing.
platform. You want me to read it again? Increased resources and time to assist with implementation of the Common Core assessments, including support of additional professional development and planning. And it should be page 6, should be on page 6, the legislated curriculum and testing.
Just for clarification, you're saying a second bullet under where it's stated the Prince George's County Board of Education supports?
Supports, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this proposed amendment? Any discussion?
I support it.
You okay? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. What's the next one?
The second one is on that page 11, under school and student safety. Should be page 11.
This is under
I
supports or
recommend
opposes? Under
support.
supports. Okay.
I recommend that we support legislation that supports and funds alternative programs and services for students with discipline challenges. You have it?
All right, everybody hear that? Is there a second? You got a question?
Need me to read it again?
Actually, I have something to add.
It says
Okay.
legislation that supports
get a
and
second
funds
first.
alternative programs and services for students with discipline challenges.
Yes. An additional bullet. I need a second. Okay, it's been seconded. Questions? Ms. Higgins?
Actually, I would maybe add to that language that supports and funds, in speaking with Mr. McLaughlin, mentioned mental health initiatives. If we look at safety in our schools, we can look across the nation, and the violence that's occurring in our schools is student against student. So when you see, and the shootings are the extreme example of that, but when you see these incidences that occur, it's the school environment, what's happening in the school. It's not a stranger, for the most part, it's not a stranger coming in and shooting the school. So we can have all the locked doors we want, we can have all the buzzing in and the scanning of security, and I think that's fine. But if that's the only thing that we're focusing on, we're missing the opportunity to address the mental health issues that really are causing the issues. So I would say services for students with discipline challenges, it's not just discipline, it's the role of the school counselor, the mental health initiatives, the assessing of the school environment or the bullying issues, all of those come in. It's not just programs and services for students with discipline. So I would suggest broadening it. I'm not quite ready to talk about language, but I think it needs to be broadened. I do appreciate Ms. Boston and whoever else identified that these are issues to be beyond law enforcement.
So, all right.
So
Can you give us something in
minute?
relative short
Yeah,
order? Okay.
I can give me a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you, Ms. Jacobs. So you.
So I have a question in the meantime. I mean, don't get me wrong, I certainly support more money for every single program, but it has to be meaningful and purposeful. So I guess my question is just here in case someone drops a bill that supports alternative programs and students with discipline, that we support it, or are we actually saying to a legislator, you know, we want you to put in a bill that provides for additional funding for alternative education and students with discipline problems, which I also have an issue with in terms of that language.
I think it's more of the former, so I think it's more of a support statement at this point. I think we're very aware of the tight fiscal times that we're going to find ourselves in this legislative session. So the feedback that I received from the policy committee wasn't that we were proactively requesting bills addressing this, but we wanted to be clear on record about supporting the bills if they were introduced.
Is it worth just asking, because that's true for the whole document, so to kind of, is it worth kind of just going through a minute of how they plan to use the document on the Hill? Because that's true of this bullet and any other bullet.
I know, but I think, but when you get to the point where you're saying, oh, and by the way, we also want money for this and that and the other, you just kind of lose credibility around the overarching issues around. I mean, for school safety, last year I think it was, they put in the $25 million. I mean, something very specific and purposeful about, we want to see you repeat what you did last year around school safety. The local districts, it's incumbent upon the local districts to then use that money aside from the buzzers and the things like that, because we already got it. So if we were following up this year saying, thank you for last year's $25 million for the buzzers and the equipment, now we're saying we also need you to fund based on these kinds of things. I just think it's a different conversation than just sort of cherry picking, or just, it just seems sort of, oh, and by the way, we want this too. It just has to be, I think, more directive. And maybe I'm not making sense because I see your eyebrows like crunching, but I'm trying.
But does this, I'm seeing this as part of that Valentine, what's her name, Valentino Smith, that committee that you was on when you looked at the behavior discipline piece for services and, you know, for programs and services. So I mean, it's already conversation going on in the legislation, because that was presented, what, last year, or and it's supposed to come back. I think it's supposed to come back this year, if I'm not mistaken.
You have to ask Mr. Chair that one. I'm not sure what.
Yep, okay.
I thought you was on that committee.
Not anymore.
Oh.
If I can, we do have a bullet point that addresses the work group that you're talking about.
Yes.
The Delegate Valentino Smith heads, so that's already on there. I believe this recommendation was made as a follow-up to the changes to the state board regulations that now really restricts the offenses for which students would be suspended and expelled now. And so what do you do with those categories of students who really may need, we just need some more options. That's my understanding about the impetus for that amendment. So we're really trying to capture, a group of students who still have some challenges but may not be necessarily ready to, be fully engaged in the normal educational environment.
Yeah, and I agree with it because I think our principals really need help in this area because I'm hearing from a lot of principals that they need outside alternative programs to help with keeping these kids in school, so we can teach them, but also be able to help with the discipline piece. So I definitely highly recommend this piece.
Language.
Okay,
So-
let me just stay on the same topic for EP's clarification, because if it's related to this past conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify to Ms. Higgins' point in terms of talking about mental health initiatives. Would that go, I'm toggling between the page on school and student safety and the page on school nutrition and health, which is much more narrow in terms of health, but which way does that go there? So that's my, just to clarify.
There was nothing there. Maybe a language, maybe a language would help.
Well, for several reasons, I think it should go under school safety. First of all, if there's going to be money, that's where it's going to be. And secondly, we do ourselves a disservice by only looking at school safety under law enforcement perspective. We really need to look at it more broadly. So for two of those reasons, I think it would fit under school safety. Mr. Chair, I do have the language.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, so
Makes
and the
sense.
last bullet under school, Prince George's County Board of Education supports, it says legislation and program initiatives that contribute to the safety and well-being of schools, students in school, and in the community. And I would add to that to include strengthening positive individual school environments and preventive mental health initiatives.
Uh-oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for Mr. Taylor's wallet. Say that again.
Okay, so the last bullet on the supports, I would add to that sentence to include strengthening positive individual school environments and providing preventive mental health initiatives. Although I don't necessarily mean that should be additional money.
So you would,
I think we could.
so you would add that to that bullet and not to.
Yes, that's right. I would add it to this bullet that already exists, and then let that one.
Not my recommendation.
That's right.
And so you would have
That
this
one
one as
hang.
a separate bullet.
Yeah, that's
All right,
fine.
so then with that, you want to add that to your, yeah, that makes sense, but rather, so we'll vote on this one and then.
That's fine.
Put
Yes,
that one in.
thank you.
Okay, all right, yeah, makes perfect sense. All right,
Clarify for the record.
yes.
Ms. Boston's amendment is an entirely new bullet.
That's correct.
Ms. Higgins
So
is asking to modify
modify
the
an
last
existing bullet.
bullet.
So we're gonna take that
appears
separately.
on page 11.
Yeah, so we're going to take that separately.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You need a second for Ms. Higgins when you
Yeah,
get to it.
we'll get to that. She's got a couple, so when she gets to that, we'll add that. All right. Any other on this? All right, seeing none, let's vote on this proposal. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries. That's it?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Higgins.
Yes, I would ask that, or I move that on the last bullet on student safety, that we add language to include strengthening positive individual school environments and promoting preventive mental health initiatives.
Do I have a second? Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, I think the next, Dr. Anderson?
Add a bullet to funding of excellence in public education. Let it read that the Prince George's Board of Education supports funding to enhance efforts by local school systems to close achievement gaps and decrease the numbers of students scoring basic on state assessments in reading and mathematics.
Is that page 4, correct?
Yeah, page 4. Sorry.
Did you get, you want to, just leave it.
Okay. Read it again. No,
Read it
give it to
again.
you.
You good?
Okay, good.
Do I have a second? Who second? Who made the second? Ms. Jacobs. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I think Mr. Valentine was next, but he stepped out.
I had a second one.
Mr. Valentine.
Thank you very much. If we would all turn our to page 7, which is the section on local school board governance and authority. Let me just pull it up. As many of you know, I was appointed to this body by the county council with the understanding that there would be more engagement between the school system and the county council, and there is one bullet which is states beginning a dialogue with our sister school districts and education advocates to consider whether there is any policy reason for local county councils and commissioners to continue to retain statutory authority to approve school system budgets within 14 prescribed categories and be required to approve any transfers between such categories. School boards are considered state agencies for most purposes. Moreover, county councils, commissioners typically do not approve our county agencies' budgets or transfers in similar fashion pursuant to state law. I am recommending that we remove that from our platform until we can have further dialogue with our county council counterparts to ensure that we are being collaborative moving forward. Thank you. That is my motion.
May I have a second?
A second.
Okay.
So could you explain again what this will do?
Is there discussion?
So what the platform says, we support the idea of having a dialogue with our county council around sort of their authority over our budget as it relates to their authority over other agencies of which they fund. And the idea is that before we actually put it in our platform and begin doing that we actually have further dialogue with them to determine whether we could do that without actually having to put it in our platform. We could have those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
Not being in the public.
Dr. Eubanks? I was just going to say we support omitting this from the legislative platform we submitted.
Mr. Mize, can you explain this one more time?
Yes, why it was included in the first place?
Just what it's saying, because there's mixed messages all through this sentence, in this paragraph.
Okay, so the overall purpose of that bullet was to, the way the county council reviews our budget, including transfers between budget categories, is a matter of state law.
Right.
Okay, that is not the case for, I believe, almost any other agency that falls under the county's purview.
Right.
And so the question that we're asking is there a reason why the Board of Education's budget should be subject to this special consideration, inspection, et cetera, by the county board, when really for most purposes we are considered state agencies under the law. That's the intent of that bullet. But I think the question or the concern that was raised at the policy committee meeting is whether or not that type of language really is coming across as, could potentially come across to some members as adversarial or just as not being supportive of the role that they're playing, I guess, in our agency. And so we can have that dialogue without having it as a part of a platform. We can talk to, members of the council and, get their views on it, but we're just really trying to continue, I think, in the spirit of collaboration, and that was why the recommendation was to remove it.
So if this law changed, would that mean then that the transfers of funds within categories would not come back to the board?
Would not have to be
Not within category. This is only between categories.
So would that not come back? Because currently that comes back to the board.
Yeah, that's by board policy.
So
And
we're
that
not
would still
talking about
do.
the board, we're
That would
talking
still.
about
And even between categories comes back to the board
That's
by
right.
board policy. This
So
has
this-
nothing to do with the
with
Board of
any of that.
Education.
Right. Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you.
5-101 of the education article requires local board's budget to be adopted within 14 categories.
Right.
5-105 of the education article requires transfers among the categories to go back to the county council.
Okay.
That's what this had to do with.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes, about this amendment? Okay, so about this amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Dr. Chair,
All those opposed?
can we call the roll?
Say it again.
Can we call the roll?
Ms. Wilson, will you please call the roll?
Lee? Dr. Anderson? Mr. Burroughs?
No.
Ms. Epps? Ms. Eubanks? Ms. Higgins?
No.
Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Mr. Valentine? Mrs. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Boston?
Aye.
Dr. Eubanks?
Aye.
6 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, that motion fails. All right, any other coming up next? Dr. Anderson?
2 questions, please. Would you give me the rationale for the 3rd bullet that we oppose on page 14? Maryland tax credits to individuals. We oppose having Maryland tax credits to individuals or corporations who donate funds to charitable organizations that provide scholarship programs to students attending private and parochial schools.
Sure. This bullet point relates to the BOSE bill that has been introduced in session, I believe, the last maybe 3 to 5 years, and it carries a fiscal note generally of, I think, tens of millions. George, I don't know if you recall the exact figure. Okay.
Proponents in seeking to have it passed have managed to get a lower fiscal note. Last year's fiscal note was about 15 or 20 million, but it's been as high as 75 million in past years.
Okay, so there's been a range, but the general objective here is that that's valuable money that could be provided in the general fund and to help provide the aid to education that we need. And so our recommendation is that we not, I think, lend our support to bills that are really resulting in the forbearance or the divergence of funds that we really need to fund our public education system.
And the board opposed, Dr. Anderson, the board opposed this bill last year when it was introduced as HB 1262 and SB 633. The board was on record opposing the bill last year, so we just carried it forward into the platform.
Okay. And my second question is, why are we calling this a platform and not an agenda, a legislative agenda? Is there any reason that we're calling it a platform? I kind of like the idea, but
It was just the word I chose, but
So I think
if agenda is better.
most of the organizations call it a legislative platform. It's the platform that you believe in. I think MABE calls it that. Most of the school districts call it that. but it could be called, I mean, I don't think, again, I don't think there's some material difference. It's just pretty much people look for what's in your ed platform, your legislative platform, rather.
It's a summary of our beliefs and our positions on these, recurrent issues. Certainly, it doesn't represent everything that's going to come up in session, as you know. These are just kind of the 12 biggies that we expect, but if you prefer another term.
Okay. Thank you.
You all set?
Yep.
Dr. Anderson? All right. Is there anyone else interested in the amendments?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, mine isn't as much as an amendment as much as a comment. So it's under the teaching and instructional personnel. And I'm obviously in full support of competitive salaries to retain highly qualified workers, et cetera. But I note there was a recent article in the Washington Post about the federal government requiring jurisdictions to provide stronger teachers in high poverty classrooms to correct the imbalance that needy students who meet the most needs are often taught by the weakest educators. Do we have that information available now as to where we are in terms of the federal requirements?
I'm sure that we have it. I don't know that I have it right here, but I know Title I schools, for example, there's a requirement that every teacher and every aide be highly qualified to work in a Title I school. So those represent, our highest poverty schools. So I'm certain that we're there.
And the National Board certified teachers, which are also mentioned in here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do we have them in Title I schools, or?
I'm sure we know that. I don't know how many are in which school. I mean, I know we have. I know that there's been some discussion in districts across the country about whether to tie the incentive to where they take their trade, their craft.
I appreciate that, and you do have me remember that the Title I schools do have to have that higher standard. And we could also have the information regarding where our National Board certified teachers are in our system.
I'm sure we
provide
have that.
That would be helpful. Thank you. That's all. No amendment.
All right. Well, I have one from the chair. I was told I can try to make one, and it's in the same spot under teachers and instructional personnel on page 12. The second bullet, when we had our conversations, let me just go on record for my extreme doubt about alternative routes to teaching and other shortcut programs as being the best way for us to meet our employment challenges. I think that we ought to be a lot more rigorous in how we recruit people and how we treat them, make sure we retain our best, and that I don't think that more alternative route programs are the best. But I'd like to at least offer an amendment to this bullet that would read the goal of high quality teacher in every classroom and flexibility to establish, and at that point, high quality and rigorous alternative entry routes into teaching to provide localities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So at least we are kind of being very clear that we're talking about alternative routes that are not going to create shortcuts and bring people in who aren't prepared to do well by our students.
Can you?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Epps?
I don't have a comment on that.
Oh, okay. Ms. Epps?
I don't disagree with your amendment. I'm just not sure that, I just want to make sure from a language perspective that what we say there really gets at what your intention is. And I'm not sure that it gets there, because when you said that, was like rigorous and something.
High quality and rigorous.
High quality and rigorous, then that begs the question, how do you define that? So whereas I'm in favor of that, I'm wondering if there's language that we can use to qualify that in a measurable way. And I would, and I'm open to that. I just
I'd
less
be open
vague.
to it too. I can't figure out a way. I just didn't want to. I had gotten from several colleagues and from the administration that they want and need this increased flexibility. I respect that. I'm not going to, I want to go on record for my questioning of that, but being supportive of it. So I just want to add some kind of teeth, and that's the best. I'm glad if there's another better way to put that. We're not going to just willy-nilly open up all kinds of alternative route programs that aren't of high quality. If we do it, they're going to be rigorous. They're going to be high quality. So I don't know how. Proven.
Nationally proven, something like that. Something that really gets more specific. That's all. That's my only. If we can't.
I'm glad to figure out a word. I'm with you on it. I just can't. I don't. I'm open to you. You got a word for me, Dr. Maxwell?
I have several, Dr. Eubanks. However, I think if
I hope they're rigorous, high-quality words. I'm just saying.
Well, high quality is in here twice in the same bullet. High quality, highly qualified teacher in every room, and hiring qualified, flexibility in hiring qualified persons. And I know that your focus appears to be on the program, but I think that, part of the issue around the flexibility goes to a lot more than sometimes the conversation is centered around. So I know that a lot of this comes around new leaders and Teach for America and those kind of things, but there have been alternative certification programs for vocational education teachers in HVAC and plumbing and carpentry and those kind of things, where we're trying to teach the trades, just as one example of where we need teachers that are not going to be coming from the traditional teaching ranks. We still want them to be highly qualified, and we still want to make sure that the credits that we give them to get the alternative certification gets them where they need to be. But I also think of some of the programmatic issues where we have people who are highly qualified in a lot of different areas, but not by the certifications we have at MSDE. And so, there are people who are teachers at universities, for example, that aren't certified to teach in public schools, and yet they have the ability to hire adjunct professors, and we don't. They have the ability to hire people who can do things in a different way. Is there any reason why our students couldn't take a class over the internet at the University of Maryland or at the community college or other universities that don't hold a Maryland certificate? So I don't want to be too restrictive, and there's languages, of course. You have it's pretty hard to find people in physics and in Arabic and in other languages that are certified. And I just think some flexibility is in order. It's just my. I don't necessarily disagree with your word rigorous programs, but I also wouldn't want to be so restrictive that I can't hire an HVAC instructor or a physics teacher who can teach at the university but not here, or a doctor who wanted to come to work, a surgeon who wanted to come and teach AP anatomy and physiology, but would have to go back to school after having a medical degree.
Yeah, well, I would argue that having a PhD and being a good surgeon doesn't make you a good high school teacher, but that's another.
and it doesn't necessarily, but on the other hand, is it something we don't want to talk about?
Yeah, as long as it's rigorous and high quality. Ms. Jacobs?
Well, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think you might be able to find some language, although I'm not suggesting we do that at this very moment, but you might be able to find some language in the bylaws of the board, which is bylaw number 9500, if you want to send it. I know you want to vote on it, but I'm just saying. No, but it's just too much.
I can live with your change to rigorous program, Dr. Eubanks. I didn't want you to misunderstand that. However, I just don't, want to put it so restrictive that we're going to lose the ability to.
All right, so let me make clear. High quality and rigorous, is that too restrictive?
Not unless you have a treatise that you want to insert on what rigorous means.
I don't. Mr. Burroughs?
Yeah, I would actually agree with Dr. Maxwell. I think it's important that we're not too restrictive, because we do have several educators who, several community members who have had other professions who want to come and support the school system by teaching. I think Bob does a great job, Mr. Gaskins does a great job with the resident teacher program and really pulling in community members from different backgrounds into our school system. And so absolutely we should be going after engineers and scientists and doctors. It makes the most sense. And I think you're doing a great job of that in that program. And so I want to make sure we have language that allows you to continue that good work.
Okay, any other discussion about that? If not, let me put this to a vote.
I beg your pardon, I was added, what changes have we made, just confirm?
So the amendment, see, don't be leaving the room, Mommy. The amendment is to insert high quality and rigorous alternative entry routes into teaching. The flexibility to establish high quality and rigorous alternative entry routes into teaching.
And that being said, can I ask one question of my colleague, Mr. Gaskins? Does that in any way tie your hands to be able to do what you need to do and to bring more great educators into our system, in particular male educators?
Oh, thank you. When you use the word rigorous and individuals, you have a lot of individuals who are interested in becoming teachers. We need as much flexibility as we possibly can, especially in those areas of physics, those high science areas that you can't find enough individuals that are in the areas of traditional classrooms or areas graduating from colleges. So it would hinder a little. However, we look for individuals that have high GPAs, individuals that have those experiences and background that could make a tradition back into the school district.
Is that a yes or a no?
So don't know if it's a yes or no. Yes, the answer is yes.
It would tie your hands.
Somewhat.
Yes.
A rigorous program would tie your hands? Just make it clear. High quality rigorous?
And it depends on the subject, but the word rigorous, again, we don't know what you mean by rigorous.
It means the opposite of not rigorous.
Okay. So as much flexibility we could have using that word rigorous.
I think I've made my point, and I will withdraw this amendment, but I will continue to fight toward making sure that every single person who enters our classroom enters ready to teach our kids effectively day one. Not a year after they've gotten good training and practiced on our kids, but day one, that they know what they're doing. So I withdraw my amendment. Oh, and my second needs to withdraw too. All right, let's withdraw. It's okay. We got the point. I just wanted to have the discussion. That's
Dr.
more
Eubanks?
important. Yes.
If I might just add an ancillary point. Your point is well taken.
Thank you.
However, our state has perpetually not produced enough teachers in the traditional programs, which I believe you prefer, and having some conversations with our advocates around the state on fixing that problem so that we have an adequate pool of those teachers would be a way to, I think, solve all of the dilemmas related to this issue. So I would just suggest as we go forward, we give some consideration to pushing higher ed, whether that's through legislation, conversations, or funding, or whatever the right answers are, to actually producing enough teachers for us, since We routinely are thousands of teachers short of what we need coming out of our colleges and universities in the state of Maryland.
I'm not going to give you the last word. I get the last word. I agree. We need to work harder and get some of these University of Maryland alums to come join us. But all right, and be rigorous. All right. Any other people who want to make amendments to the platform? I think we are ready to. Oh, Ms. Jacobs.
Only because I just noticed it, and I apologize, but I think it's important. So on the retirement and pension issue, so, and I actually thought, page 9, I thought the shift was to the counties, but I guess over time it's supposed to be a 50-50 split. Is that correct? Is that actually correct? I thought it was shifted to the counties, and then there was a debate about whether or not the counties would shift it to the local boards. All on the board or all on the county? Because I thought it was the county, and then the debate was.
Part of maintenance of everything, correct?
Right. It gets rolled into maintenance of effort, so it's our. They have to fund us at that level.
Okay, so then my point is going to make sense then, because then I think it should say, whether it's an additional bullet or add language, then it should actually say that it would not be the sole responsibility of the local board. So rolling into maintenance of effort is different than, this is how much I'm supposed to give you by your student enrollment data, and use whatever, and use that money to do it, as opposed to, and this is the pension cost that goes with it. So I guess, so either way, I think language has to say that we don't want any further shifts to the local boards. We don't want any legislation that says the local board will be responsible for the pension cost.
Doesn't that say in the opposes? Any further legislation to revise the retirement systems or increase the fiscal imposition upon local jurisdictions. Oh, I see. You're saying
local jurisdictions and
local board. I see
and,
the point.
And or board of
apologize.
education.
I was missing the nuance.
Yeah.
Right. So if we add and or board of education, is that what you want to say? Or I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, even though my main point is the boards.
Just local boards. I think you may want both, because if you put if you leave local jurisdictions, they may pass it on to us or take it out of our hide in voting on your budget.
Okay,
and that's what the state did.
Right, and that was my point.
So I think you'd want both, but I see your point.
So local jurisdictions and local boards.
How about just the opposite? Local boards and or local jurisdictions.
That's a good point, though. Thank you.
That's a motion.
Local boards and or local jurisdictions?
Second.
Does that do it? All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And, I'm sorry, right, and, not and or, because then they could do one, they could choose one, right? All right, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Are there any further amendments to the legislative platform? Seeing none, I think we are prepared to take action on the legislative platform as amended. May I have a motion to approve? It's been moved and seconded to take action on the legislative platform as amended. Are there any discussions about that? Seeing none, Ms. Wilson, will you please call the roll on this?
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Burroughs.
Aye.
Mrs. Epps. Ms. Eubanks.
Aye.
Ms. Higgins.
Aye.
Mrs. Jacobs. Mr. Valentine.
Aye.
Mrs. Williams.
Aye.
Ms. Boston.
Aye.
Dr. Eubanks.
Aye.
10 ayes, sir.
Thank you. That motion carries. Colleagues, we're on to item 10.0, new business, first readers. I yield the floor to Dr. Maxwell for an introduction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aye.
All right, thank you. I think I heard a motion. Is there there was a first and a second? Is approved and seconded. Ms. Higgins.
Yeah, I just would like to say that I had the opportunity of working with Dr. Dora Kennedy when she was retired from the school system, but had worked very carefully and enthusiastically on the City of College Park's Education Advisory Committee, and it was an honor. And I'm thrilled to see that her name is now going to be part of the French Immersion School.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Follow-up items for the October 9, 2014 board meeting have been placed on board docs. Colleagues, may I have a motion to confirm actions taken in executive session on Thursday, November 13, 2014? May I have a second? It has been moved and seconded that the Board of Education hereby approves actions taken in executive session on November 13, 2014, and are as follows: personnel appointments, student appeals, legal matters, and administrative matters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Colleagues, at 5:53 p.m., may I have a motion to adjourn? It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yes, we, as committed as our school psychologists are, yes, we outweighted them, and they gave up on us. I promised them, and they will come back. In fact, they have certificates for everyone on the board as well. And at the very beginning of our January 8th meeting, they will come back, and we will take a picture with them, and we will give them their resolution, and they'll give us our certificates. At the beginning of the middle. All right, folks, have a great evening.